if I am not mistaken. If I am not to be mistaken, I believe we are live. We are live. I'm trying to fix my alerts, because they don't always work the way I intend. But it is okay. It is okay. Audio filters. Gonna lower the gain down in this sucker a little bit. Burp, 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 burp. That, yeah, that sounds good to me. And let me see if we can test this out. Let's see if we can test out Stream Elements. Stream Elements. Can we test out Designer Simulate? Yes, I'd like to simulate follows at least. I need to do more animations for other events, but whatever. Whatever. Followed. Simulate. Yeah, you're stretched like crazy, dog. Why are we stretched like that? Why are we stretched like that, dog? Doggy dog. Why are we stretched like that? Okay, filters. Properties. Let's do some cool 800 by 800 for this John. Then we're gonna go to transform. Show translations, filtering, transform, edit transform, and you're going to be a, yep, that's correct now. Now I'm gonna make this small and put this bad boy over here. And now if I were to test out that alert right now, hit that simulate button. Oh, that's really small. Whatever. I think it's fine. I think it's a-okay. We shall leave it as it is. Cool. Alright. So, I finally figured out the bug that I was dealing with in the last stream. And it's cool. I learned something from it. And I'm actually trying to reproduce a smaller, scaled down, like the minimum thing needed to reproduce the bug right now, because I think it's interesting enough for me to document, even if it's just for my own edification, for me to know in the future. But I'm realizing there's some things I need to learn, like, hey, can you just compare pointers? I feel like I think you should do something like that. I think I should just be able to do the equate them. And then I would like to do P, or is it ampersand P? I can't remember if it was percent or ampersand. I think it's percent P. Percent P. Pointers aren't the same. Parent and parent dot what? Child object. Or really should be parent dot value and then parent dot child dot value. And parent has an actual struct value and this guy has a pointer to it. Cool. else. We'll just do a comparison. Cool. I think that should be everything needed to compile and run this guy. Parent child, I think at least. I forget how you do this. Can I just do, or is that a lunar Vim thing? I think it might be a lunar Vim thing. To be able to open up a console. Right, quit. Okay, and I think we can just do I have GCC on this machine? I do have GCC, so GCC main dot out, no, not dot CPP dash O, and I believe that should just work. I forgot I haven't used GCC like this in a while. No input files, compilation terminated. What are you talking about? That's the thing. Oh. A dot out. There we go. Okay. So apparently I'm not as great as coding as I thought I could. Apparently I'm not great at this. Raw dogging this just using normal Vim or NeoVim. I'm not skilled enough apparently. So let's see what I'm doing wrong here. Let's see what exactly I'm doing. Okay, so I can see one thing wrong here. I didn't use a semicolon there. Also, I believe I'm supposed to use semicolons here in these declarations. Okay. And then create value. Wrong comparison. We're missing. I'm describing this wrong. There's create a value and there's parent. Line 18. I forgot what it was. Was it set num? No. There we go. It's saying there's a value error here. Create value. Oh, right here. Create. All right. Let's see if we can reproduce this little error, and then. Okay, we're still having some bad things happening here. Child object. Let's clear this out. I gotta say, it's nice to step out of the IDE once in a while and actually try doing it without any assistance. It just kind of shows how bad I am. We're also just gonna make this a bit more succinct for readability's sake, and then we're gonna start going back to the engine. This is really cool though. I haven't, it's been a long time since I had to do pointer stuff. And like debug that. Like as much as I want to be like angry that things don't work exactly the way I want it to, it's kind of nice because when things go wrong, you end up learning a lot more than than when things go right. I think that's like one thing that made me feel very weird with Rust, was that a lot of times I felt very shaky about what I was implementing, and for some reason things would just work, and I just didn't. I don't know, it felt weird and wrong. Like I feel like I should have been encountering much more. There's times I'd write something and I'm like, that shouldn't have worked, but I guess it did. But yeah, that's why I'm doing this little. Because I saw the issue in the main code base, but now I want to have an isolated version of this so I can remember about this in the future. Oh, yeah, I forgot to do that. Let's see, this works now. Okay, still some issues here. A no matching equal operator for types child and int. Okay, so let's try to compare. See, I'm trying to compare addresses and int pointer, parent value. So this is correct. First part is correct. It's an int pointer. And then there's child parent, child object, value. Do I also need to like do that? I don't. This may or may not be a skill issue moment. So if I do this, I'm just directly accessing the value. I want to see the address. So I feel like this is correct. But for some reason it's saying that I'm trying to do a comparison between child and int pointer. And that's not right. Created. Oh wait, there's an issue in assignment here. What's the issue I'm doing here? Created value. Dot child object. Oh wait. Just kidding. I think I was right over here. I think I just have to initialize the child object first. And then I can do created value dot child object dot value. And then pass the pointer there. And I think. Nope. Bad thing still happened. Did I not write? Okay, yeah. Warnings. Who cares about that? Am I missing a semicolon? I'm missing an assignment operator. That's what I'm missing. Okay, and I believe that compiled. Yep, we have an a.out. And now if I were to run set a.out, I'm not sure if you can see. Hey, and the issue reproduced itself. That's cool. So this is the crux of the problem I was debugging yesterday, for the past two streams, end of stream Sunday and then all stream yesterday. This issue that, okay, this is a null value, parent value, nil. Okay, that's different. Or maybe the same, I don't know. Or actually, no, maybe it's actually the parent value. Where the parent, the child value is actually, the pointer is assigned there. Because we pass by copy, the value here is not correct. Interesting. Why is this a nil value? That's interesting. If I do this and then I recompile, nope, it's gonna give me an error. Yeah, that makes sense. No, so this was right. So we're still having an issue, and I believe it's caused from the same thing. It just, maybe because I stripped it down to more basic elements, it's producing a different value. Either way, it is illustrating the point, which was that this ain't C# land. I can't have a function that creates an object and then passes it back and expect all the pointers to be in the same place. How would I describe this problem? I'm trying to think, because if I could describe it out loud, that's going to help me understand what exactly is the issue. Like, I kind of understand what's going on here, but I haven't properly articulated. So we create this parent. Well, first of all, we have this function, right, called create. And it's returning a parent struct. That's what this joint is doing. And you may notice that it's returning an actual class. It's not returning a pointer to one or anything. So, to my understanding, I believe that whatever you pass from here, a copy is going to be made. And that's important. So in here we create the first instance of this. We set the values, initialize it, cool. And over here in the child object, we set the pointer to the parent here. Oh, this would be better with diagrams. So okay, whatever, this happens. But then, over here, let me try to go elevate this up so you can actually see it on screen. Over here, in fact, what am I doing? So here we have this parent, and we use this create function. What happened, the sneaky thing that caught me was the fact that this creates another copy. Like in this function, it creates this instance, but then the return value is also a copy that exists somewhere else in memory, but still has this pointer value here pointed to the original copy. And that's what got me in this Messy Mansion thing. Not Messy Mansion, in this this code I'm working on. That was the issue, because again, more stripped down version of it here. But it's the same premise. Where I have this function here to create an instance of this editor, and then this editor sets a pointer to something, to itself, somewhere on itself. But then, since we're not returning, since we're returning the value, not a reference to it, a copy is made, and now the pointer in that copy is pointing to the old place. So how do we fix this? Super simple, I think. We're gonna figure it out now, or maybe I already fixed it before. Either way, the fix here would be to not return editor at all. Instead, we're just gonna mutate an instance of editor. That's what we're gonna do. So we're not gonna make a new allocation. We're gonna stay using the reference to editor that we had before. We're just gonna be setting these values now. In fact, I could probably just use, no sense doing a pointer, we can just use a reference. And I think theoretically, this should just work. And all the values should be pointed to the correct place. And then let me go over here. Where am I? Where's this function? Here. I should be able to go here and it should just work now. Oh yeah, that's right. Function call changed, right? So you should probably update the usage of the said function. It's gonna be an engine, which is like one step away. Yeah, here we go. Cool. So now we're passing a copy of the value, or not a copy. We're passing a reference to the original and mutating it, as opposed to making copies and duplicates. I believe that should fix the issues. So the desired behavior is that now I'm going to be able to place things here and then enter edit mode. And yes, 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 it works. It works. I mean, I need to work on the collision a little bit, but it works. Yeah, we have to fix the collision a little bit there, buddy. Okay, sweet. Sweet, 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 swag, swag money. Okay, so that means that every creation method I have here is wrong. That's terrible. Instead, we're gonna make an initialize method here. Because, for the reasons we mentioned. And honestly, I should go through every single instance where we have this creation method for something and just update it. Because it works fine if everything is just, is not a pointer, if all the values are just, you know, unmanaged, like primitives or something like that. But as soon as we introduce a pointer to the equation, things get messy. Things get gross. So, yeah, in fact, let's write a message to ourselves here. Let's write a little message to ourselves to the future. Hopefully not. Hopefully I don't have to remember this, because I mean something went wrong, but in case it does, this is a minimum production of a bug. I faced in cozy. And today's date is August. That's 10, right? 10/6/2025. Or honestly, I like doing this format, honestly. I think it's superior. 2025, year, month, and then date. TLDR, lesson for the future. Don't make static creation functions. Instead, initialization functions that mutate the original application. There we go. Yeah, and this arose from just bad, not even bad, just C# stuff. But now I know. Now we know. Now we know we're not going to make that issue ever again. And I can start cleaning up the code and having some fun with that. Okay. Okay. So let's start making this fix happen. I mean, we already made the fix, technically speaking. I just kind of want to make things a little bit better. And honestly, like, does this need to be a static function, really? Does it need to be a static function? I think it could just be a member function in all honesty. Yeah, we can get rid of all these printfs now, because we don't need to, we're not debugging this anymore. That was fun, trying to watch variables to see, because I was like, maybe it's reassigning, like it's getting reassigned sometime on runtime, but no, it wasn't, it's not that, it's just, a copy was being allocated. That's, yeah. That was a fun little mystery. But hey, we learn, we grow, become stronger. And this is throwing an error because we need to reload the CMake project. And in all honesty, I'm still... I'm sorry, what? Editor controller state? What? Why are we assigning that again? Okay, let's see if... Hopefully this wasn't a false flag and I thought I fixed something when in reality I didn't. Okay, we're good. Cool. Cool. We're still good. We're still good. So we're still debating this. Not sure. We learned our lesson though. So let me check something too while we're at it. Today's my bi-weekly Discord check-in. Maybe I should get Reaper. I'm still thinking about DAWs. Cubase. We'll figure it out. Okay. So now we have to also add the ability to save to disk if you want to. I also want to kind of start writing like an input buffer system so I can do things like Like in Vim, you can do like DD and it deletes stuff. I like that a lot. I like being able to just do the and then it just does the thing. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. So many possibilities. Yeah, I think. I don't know. I have there's a hook in for inputs that I can use. I'll start with editor inputs. Let me think. Because maybe I can do. Start input main. Let me add a little documentation here so I can visually break it out from the rest of everything. Is current input state, and then we should probably have like do we have a none? Yeah, we do. We have a none in a none input in the enum, so we can do a thing where we do like I have to think about this a little bit more. Because we can do something where we can have like an array that's initialized to. Dang, why did I do this? None is -1. I have to manually initialize it now. Either way, we can have this array. Or maybe a hash map? I don't know. Because it'll be easy to have counts of like how many times the input's been added. Oh, but no. Input action. And how big is a buffer gonna be? It'll be like, I don't know. Say like 10 frames. Like if we do like 60 frames a second. Oh, that's still pretty small, honestly. It's like 0.1. Yeah. Or we could just make this like not update every single frame, like every other frame maybe. Or clear. How should we handle clearing? I almost want to have like a queue type thing, a fixed length queue maybe. Yeah, because I want the idea of the things being shifted down. Okay, we're gonna think about this later. Honestly, I kind of want to try implementing my own queue, but. Okay, whatever. We're gonna add the right button here. Does this share anything with... We have left, up, down. I think W might be already taken as well. I don't think that's much of an issue though, but... Yeah, Oh no, it's not, because we use HJKL. Hey, what's up, Erratic Stream's helping me get through... Hey, I'm glad. I'm glad it's helping you get through judging. Yeah, sorry, sometimes I get a little zoned in. Glad to hear that, though. Yeah, I don't know how you judges do it. That is a lot of work. What am I doing here? So we're adding writing to, like, actually writing your level data now to the file. Because now I can actually, honestly, I kind of want to take some, maybe I should do some pixel art and just focus on seeing how powerful I can make this level editor now. Now that it's actually operational. I mean, it's been operational, but now that I feel way more secure about making stuff. Oh, I need to, that's the other thing, I have to make deletion. That's the other thing we have to do. Because currently we have, yeah, that's a big thing. That's actually important. We can lay stuff down, and I can undo, and then I can redo it, and that's cool. But sometimes I want to just delete something specific, so I can just like do D or Control D or something like that to get rid of this object. We don't have that implemented right now. I need to finish writing that command. Some people repeat the same sections for like 6-10 minutes, and I need another stimuli to get me through it. Yeah. Yeah. You see, that's... I'd like to joke about that, but at the same time, I've done that before. There's a specific Newgrounds audio, I think it was a Newgrounds Underdog audio competition I participated in like 2016, I think. And the final song I submitted was suffered from the same issue of just kind of repeating the same thing. Not that much, it was only like a 3-minute something song, but I only really had 2 elements, 2 sections of the song, and that's all I did. A, then B, A, B, A, B. And at the very end, I was like, "Oh, we're gonna fuse A and B together, and that's gonna be the conclusion, and that's gonna be super cool." And then when the judge mentioned that, I was like, "Oh, you're right. I did do that. I made a horseshoe. That's what I did." But yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun, and requires a bit of patience. But the builder's going good. The builder's going great. Builder is becoming better and better, slowly but surely. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know why we got a smear here. That's a really weird bug. But yeah, we have a lot to do here. A lot to tighten up. It's not gonna be that bad, honestly, but oh yeah, 100%. I did that too at one point. Yeah, it happens to everyone. Like, you have to explore. That's part of exploration, right? Yeah, there's a demo video I did of this that was like super cool to me, because I was like, oh, we have foregrounds and backgrounds, and I can just, like, I did something like this essentially, where I had an element here, like up here, and then you move it back here, behind the player. Like, it's a super simple thing, nothing complex, right? The cool thing comes from the novelty of, like, this being like, oh, it's too kind of 3D actually. That's kind of crazy. And then if I go back here, why not? Like, I think with this alone, I already have enough to make a convincing environment. And look at that. A whole environment. But yeah, I can already, like, with this, I already have enough tools to start making some good stuff. And, like, here's the thing, the level, I made my own file format. It's super simple. So if I need to manually delete something later on, I could just go into, what was it, testing grounds. I can go in here and just delete the thing. Like if there's something that I really messed up and I need to delete, I can just go into the file and do it, and it's not that crazy. So yeah, by all means, I could just start writing, like making a proof of concept level that looks good. Or maybe work on some lighting. That's gonna be fun, because the way it looks right now is not how it's gonna be. I'm gonna have some actually cool 3D effect lighting onto this. That's also part of what I wanted to do with this engine, was make 2D pixel lighting good and easy to do. I want to say great again, but I don't think it's ever been really great. I think the way I do stuff in Unity is kind of it's I mean, it gets the job done, but it's not easy on me. I want it to be as simple as just, oh, you just save the PNG into this folder and you have it, and it works as intended. Voila. Like, and that's kind of already how it is importing stuff, but this gauntlet will come together piece by piece. So I guess, yeah, let me start making some level. Let's add writing and saving first, and then we're gonna start designing a level, I think. And then I'll fix the collision thing later, because the player's collision thing's a bit. Collision I just slapped together, and it's fine, but it's fine, but it's not good enough. But the collision, I'm saving onto it for later, because we're gonna do something cool with it. I'm gonna implement some stuff that I've been wanting to implement, because I've known about these data structures for a while, but I never actually implemented one myself. So it'll be a good opportunity to do some spatial partitioning algorithms for really fast and efficient collision detection and queries and all this stuff that most players are not going to care about. And in all honesty, like, for this type of game, maybe it would actually be really helpful, actually very noticeable. I'll describe what I'm talking about in a very easy way to understand means when we get there. Because I think this specific problem, like, there's a bunch of things you learn in college about performance and algorithms and whatnot in computer science, but a lot of times it feels just like theory. Like, it just feels theoretical, and it doesn't really feel tied to any practical problem, so you don't quite see the application oftentimes. But here, this is like a specific scenario where it's like, oh, these things become very practical, and it's very easy to understand why it's very easy to understand why these data structures are needed and how this looks, and it's really cool. So we're gonna get there at some point. Right now we have a crappy implementation, and that's fine. We're gonna make collision fantastic and beautiful and wonderful, and life is gonna be fantastic. And hopefully I learn something from it. Because it's one thing to know of. It's one thing to know of a data structure. It's another thing to actually implement it. You know? Like, oh, I know what a KD tree is, or whatever. It's a very different thing to implement it. And then another thing. It's another thing to implement it. It's another thing to actually implement it good and efficient. That's like a whole other thing. Because you can implement a data structure, but you can implement that, like, you can implement a smart data structure, but you can implement it stupid. So, you know, that's a whole thing. Anyways, I'm gonna stop yapping about. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let's just make file saving a thing first of all. And we're gonna go to this editor controller. What's some good music? Let's go with, let's see, Hitting Close to Home is good, Magic Mirror is good. Tango of the Triple King. Decadent Dandy, Apparitions, Shovel Knight, Bucklers and Bonnets. I like that. That's not the song I clicked on. No, it is the song I clicked on. Okay, let's just make this happen now. So we can write to file specifically when we're in the command mode. So let's go there. Let's go to command update, delete control. Yeah, and this is the method for actually deleting stuff. Let's document this. Okay, we're gonna make another method here for save file. Write to file. Ayo, Harkings beneath the lighthouse, just popping in. It's good to see you, man. It's good to see you. It's always a fantastic day when I get to see the man, the myth, the legend. The legend, SFM2. Hope you're doing good, man. Hope you're chilling. Hope all is well. The engine is coming together slowly but surely, my good friend. Yes. It is coming ever closer to completion. Yes. Write a file. Yes, I wish to write a file. Level. Oh, I have to actually go to the level module. I think I should have, I don't have a method here, right? I have one for setting the runtime data, I have one for loading level memory, but I don't have one for actually saving the file. So let's do that. So much click-clacketings. Oh man, I love Shovel Knight, dude, so far. It's tickled my brain in a way I haven't been tickled in a while. The music, the presentation, oh my goodness. I started playing it as like to just do some investigation, right? Because in making this, and I want to make a Mega Man type game in this. So I've been playing a few things. I've been revisiting Mighty Gunvolt Burst. But I also wanted to visit Shovel Knight because it's like the game. It is like the game. That does like that retro revival fantastically. Like I knew it did it fantastic, I just never experienced it myself, but yeah, we experienced it. It was great. It's fantastic. String. Add name to file. And then you go name to file. Yeah, I've been actually having like, it's wild. You ever have this thing where you play a game, like you get obsessed with a game for a minute and like you start having dreams about it? I started having that with Shovel Knight. It's weird though, cause like I like the game, I just don't like the game. Like, it's weird, like I love the game, I love the presentation, the mechanics make sense, the loops and everything. the levels just feel so screw you. I don't know how to describe it. It's like so fast. Like you have to be like cracked out of your mind to. It feels like that. I have to be cracked out of my mind to be able to do things right. To really beat these levels. I don't know. I have to put in the time though. But even like Mighty Gunvolt Burst, the levels didn't feel like that. They don't feel like you have to be like, you don't. It doesn't feel like you have to be cracked out of your brains to be able to beat these levels in a reasonable amount of deaths. Recently, nope. Yeah, no. Before this, I haven't had that in a long time. In a long time. Actually, no. I had it with Babby. That's also one other game. But before that, nah. It's been like decades at that point. Level, read, write. Isn't it great to already have utilities written for this kind of thing? Write level. And then, ooh, interesting. So this is actually constructing the JSON data from here. Yeah, we don't need to do that though, because you already have the JSON data. It's not JSON data. What am I talking about? All right, hey, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for popping in for a minute, man. It's always good to see you. Hope you have a good one at work, man. Peace. Where is this joint? Okay, we'll write this utility here. String file. And then we open this OS stream thing, and then I just realized you can't see like half the stuff I'm doing here. That's okay. It's okay. I'm not gonna be here too long. We're gonna switch to the other window soon. Oh, and then we could just do. Oh, that's easy. Oh, that's super simple. And then make these references. Dude, this is like 3 lines. Like, I don't even need to make this utility. I'm just gonna use the utility. Whatever. It's fine. Name to data. Why are you mad at me? Oh yeah, because file name. No. Pointers aren't solving my problems. Oh, it's because I need to reload the CMake file. Whoops. I keep seeing weird stuff in my periphery. Maybe it's because there's a light back there. I don't know. That's messing with me. Dun 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 dun. Okay. Session state level name. So this should write. And session data to file. So let's test this out now. Actually no. We just wrote the function to do the writing, but we haven't actually done the writing, have we? Yeah, we should probably do that first, man. And we should also check to see if input dot is action down. Editor input control and pressed. Editor inputs. What are we trying to do? Right. So we press the right button and we're holding down control. We're gonna write the file. Crazy. Session. Actually, no. We have this in here. Level module. Do I not have a pointer here to this? We have a pointer to state and session, but not to level. That's interesting. Let's add level module. And in our init function, also pass that pointer as well. Sweet. Okay, and then we have to go to here because this is gonna break. Beautiful. It does break. Then we do what? Why are we mad? Why are we mad? I'm giving you the thing you want. I'm giving you a pointer. Levels, level module, level state. What seems to be the problem here? Level module pointer. Passing a level module pointer. Why am I the bad guy? I don't understand. This seems right to me. Okay, what's the issue here? Without an object argument. What? Access to non-static. Oh, I forget. I have to access it through editor. Yeah, that fixes it. I'm gonna make this not a static at some point. We're gonna fix that. But it's okay. It's fine. We're gonna just run it. We're gonna run it. Oh wait, no, we shouldn't run it. Because I forgot. We need to add one last thing and then we should be able to save our levels now. We should be able to save our levels and life is gonna be good. State the file and then what do we have? Current. Do you have the current name of the file in here? Is that another thing I have to set in here? Probably. Let's see here. Yep, I'm not seeing this. Okay, one last thing and then we're one last thing and then we're gonna be good. Yeah. One last thing and I think we're gonna be great to go. Okay. Okay, and then let's see what we got going on over here, and that should be the last thing before greatness. Yeah, and this is expanded to a significant degree, so we're gonna format it a little bit different, a little bit different. Level name. I'm going to make this guy const. And that fixes that. Cool. Run it. Run it. Send it. And build failed. Why did we fail? No matching function. What are you talking? Oh, we didn't pass the thing. Yeah, current. Excuse me? Yeah, here we go. Okay, this one should be for real now. Okay, sweet. Okay. So I'm gonna write this stuff here. And then we're gonna do Control W. We're gonna close it. We're gonna run. It's not there. Dang it, Dingleberg. Oh. I'm not saving every single change onto... Yeah, we have to do that. Okay, okay. Okay. Significant changes need to happen here. Significant changes need to happen here. Yeah, I completely forgot. But we need to save the current state of things to the... We have to write everything to the session data and then... Yeah. Okay. That's not crazy. That's a simple thing. Where is write to file? First we have to do levels. I forgot, what's the thing? What's the function? Set runtime data. And this is going to be... I think, and then session, or is this good enough? Level, state, and session data, okay. Cool. Cool. So this time it should work. Okay, right, exit, start again. No! Why is this not working? Is action down? Control and then right. Is pressed. Am I missing something? Maybe, oh wait. I didn't do this. Yep. I didn't do this over here. Whoopsie. Right count. There we go. And then right bindings. Cool. Okay. So we did that. Again, it's not there. What could be the issue here? So let's check to see if we're even, let's see if we're even, like, outputting anything. Like if we're actually entering that. Oh, because we didn't call the function. That's why. Okay, this time, for real, I mean it this time. In command mode, we're going to do our write to file. Okay. Cool. And then we're going to do write, exit, Start again. No! What? How? Oh, because we're not in insertion mode. We didn't allow it. Okay, it makes sense to have this also be in insertion mode. Or does it? Yeah, we're just gonna have it work in insertion mode. Who cares? Like, I intuitively want to be able to write in insertion mode, so. I hope that was the issue. No! Not doing it. So no matter what mode we're in, write to file is still not working. Why is that? Why is that the issue here? Why is that the issue? Pass level name, editor. Unless like level name is not being found. So let's do a thing. Let's go to... Where is write to file? Because we're clearly calling this an editor update, so that's for sure happening. So I say we add some breakpoints in here and then breakpoints in here to see if we actually enter. Actually, no, this is going to be happening every single frame. So let's just check to see if we enter this at all. Control is actually down and then press right. Also, we should run this in debug mode, shouldn't we? Okay, so yeah, when we do Control W, it does enter here. Set runtime level data. Let's go in here too. Let's actually step through this. Let's go through this. Let's debug this together, shall we? We're gonna be debugging this. So we're gonna go step over. We're gonna step into. We're gonna go in here. Oops, step out. Okay, file. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Ah, I never updated the name to file name table, did I? I didn't do that, which is why this is not finding anything here. It's querying file name, but this is 0. Okay. Beautiful. Man, debuggers are fantastic, aren't they? Fantastic creations debuggers are. Name original. Now where's the actual raw file name? I still have the wrong name, whatever. Okay, and this should be good now. This should be good now. Okay, I think we did it. I think we cracked the code. I think. And then let's just do a little cleanup here. this is not texture anymore, this is file level. Okay. So let's run it. Let's run it. Okay, exit. Yes! Yes! Okay, sweet. We have file saving now. Beautiful. Beautiful. One day we'll do selection, but that's for another time. So I can select things here, and if I go to no, command mode gets rid of that. So with this, okay. So selection exists only purely in the V mode, the visual mode. V line. Cool. Let's say what we have here. I think that'll be a good move. Oh, is that only here? Oh wow, that sucks. Commit, fixed. Fix wrong pointer issue and added file writing. Nice. We'll have to see it. Am I hearing like little? Sometimes I think I hear reverb or feedback, but it actually is just the weird frequencies of the birds and my crappy headphones. Okay. I should really work on I need to have deletion. I can't live without that. We can do, I just need, deletion and creation is enough to make any type of level. Conceptually at least. Selection would be nice, but that's not super critical right now. So let's try to making this deletion thing happen. Cursor control. Get entity at point. We have to have a way of, because things are so super ambiguous. Things can be so ambiguous when it comes to selecting, because I have everything kind of commingling. Editor assets and the actual game assets are kind of intermingling in places that they maybe shouldn't be, but like right now, what I'm talking about is like this cursor that you're seeing here could very well be like like if I do delete, like there's a possibility with the way it's kind of implemented right now where it can delete itself. So we have to have a way to distinguish between things like that. And then there's also another thing tied to the collider where we have to make sure we don't register self collisions. Yeah, because it would suck. We want to make sure that we're exclusively deleting things that are not only adjacent but also like in the similar z-axis as the cursor. That's the other more important thing. I think I also want to have a thing for like, I want to have a thing at some point for allowing deletion of or swapping of assets. Like you can, instead of deleting and placing the correct asset, it'll be cool if you can like, all right, you're over this one, you can just hot swap it. Like by doing this, I'm changing this tile. I need to figure out how I'm gonna do that. What kind of key binding I'd want to have to enable that. But that's, I think that would be super cool and helpful, at least for me. I'm just saying, man. I think that'd be super duper sick. Okay, but that's neither here nor there. Neither here nor there. We will cross that bridge when we get there. Okay. Let's do some assets. Let's do some editing. Let's actually do some real editing for right now. Where is data textures? Data.textures. We can do like things like silhouettes and whatnot too. Like it's gonna look super cool. In fact, I kind of want to do some mock-ups right now. Let's do like 500 by 500. Let's do that. That's enough to like paint at least one picture and get a feel for the different assets we would need to have occupying this space. Preview, tiled mode, grid, 32 by 32, or actually 64 by 64, I think. No, I think 32 by 32 is actually correct. Let's select all these guys at once. Cool. This serves to be my palette. Oh, here we go. You go there. There we go. Nice, and it deletes itself. Exactly the kind of behavior I want. We should also have snapping. I don't know why I'm not doing that. View, grid, snap to grid. Yes. Yes. There we go. That's beautiful. That's exactly what I want. Okay, we'll just do this. Yep, that works great. We're gonna have to do some layers at some point too, because I want to see how, what kind of environment you want to communicate here. I still have to think about like rim lighting and how we're gonna do that. That's a whole thing I need to think about. We'll get there eventually. We'll get there eventually. Dun, 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 dun. Honestly, before I even start doing this, I should probably start sketching a little bit. Do some concept art. Okay, we're gonna work on functionality then over. We're gonna work on functionality over everything else. We're gonna do that. Do some functionality. Let's see if we can't fix that deletion thing. What are you angry about? Made static, screw you. We're not doing that. Ignore. Yeah, you're not. I don't like using a comment to do that, but whatever. Okay, so what do we have going on here? Input actions pressed. So we check if we're deleting. Or honestly, we can do the inverse to make life easy. So if it's not that, we return early, and then we do the actual implementation here. And then we have this function get entity at point. And if entity is not equal to -1. Oh, you don't have to worry about that cursor thing because it's querying for level state things, not session level stuff. Okay, cool. Cool. If that's the case, if that is the case, then I think delete command. I'm gonna change this from create to execute at some point, but get entity at point. This is probably where no. F12 should not. I need to change the mapping for F12. Okay, get entity at point. We have this point here. Convert to trailing return. What are you talking about? Okay. Okay, so we have transform session transform, get transform at point. So we get the nearest transform to this point. And then we have this transform not found. Get child by transform. So the issue here is that we go by transform. That's the problem. That's the prickly one. If you go by transform, that may or may not be like the mouse cursor or something that shouldn't be subject to this. Sheesh. Get transform at point. Transform not found. Found transform. And we'll do stuff on here. So let's see what is going on. Have we tried deleting something? So we have this. I go here. Nothing's happening. That's weird. I don't know why that's the case. Like the console here is showing nothing being said. Even though I'm pressing this D, nothing's going on. Click, click, clacking, click, click, clacking, nothing, 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 nothing. So I wonder if this is even being... It clearly has like that C out. So are we not even getting to this point? Like, is delete not working? Sections 14. Backspace. Oh, we're just using the delete button. We're not doing the DD thing. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay. So we do this, or backspace. What's happening here now? Tile not found. Okay, cool. Now we're getting somewhere. So let's move this guy over here. Found transform 0, tile not found. And I think this is the issue we're talking about, where like it's the tile is not found because it's not a tile. It's detecting the cursor itself. So yeah, we have to do that. We have to have like this ignore thing. Honestly, that might be as simple as it needs to be for this. Command dispatch. Level module. Where is it? Deletion. Here we go. Okay, in here we have this function get entity at point. We should add one last thing to this. Ignore transform. So we ignore the cursor. That's the thing we have to use. Get transform at point. Int index to ignore. Defaults to -1. And if index to ignore is not equal to -1 and index to ignore is equal to I, we continue and ignore this point, this transform. Okay, and then we have this function here. Get transform at point, ignore transform. And they should not be mad, because constant. Okay, make this a const. Specify this is not going to change at runtime. That's fine. Why are we mad here? This one for input called with 2. Nope. We should be fine now. That's what I thought. And now, what's going on here? Yeah, that's fine. Cursor. Sprite object. Transform. Dot index. Cool. And then we should run it, and hopefully we can delete. Hopefully, I can delete stuff. So. Nope. Deletion is not happening. What's going on here? What's the error? Not error. What's the message I'm getting here from our little editor? So, found transform 0, tile not found. Not great. Not great. So here in this case, where there's like clearly a tile that should be found here. Let's see. Let us see. I believe we're not going to make this be a default parameter. We're just going to assume that if you're calling this, you're specifying at least one index to ignore. And if it's equal to this, we continue on our way. Because, yeah. And then I mean, that shouldn't change it. That we just remove the simplified conditions here, but that fixed it. That fixed it. That was the issue. That was the issue. Oh my goodness. And then if I undo, no. If I redo, no. my commands aren't undoing and redoing as they're supposed to be. But hey, we have this, and then I can at least place this back. Repair what I did, and then delete. Oh my goodness. And what happened? Why did we stop? Did I press escape by accident? Let's see if this changes save though. Because it's one thing to do this on runtime, but it's another thing to do it, save to file, exit, and then have that change persist. Hey, and it persists. Let's go. Okay, fantastic. Dude, are we gonna be able to just start designing levels now? Can we start making content? I wouldn't be opposed to that. Deletion command now works. And we're gonna push that. Origin. Yay! Victory! And then no invisible. Nope, no invisible walls there. Very nice. No invisible walls. Life is good. Life is good. Cool. Very nice. I'm incredibly happy with this. Life is good. Life is good. Make member function const. That feels weird that we're doing that. And then you're gonna tell me, make it a static function, dude. I'm gonna tell you, I don't want it. Actually, can I just... Is there really no self-member reference? No, there's a bunch of self-member references. Don't lie to me. There is member references. Okay. But we have it working. That's the cool thing. Now, why this is not working correctly with the undo redo, I'm not sure about. Do we ever map the undo redo functions? Yeah, we did. The create tile command. Yeah, we just flip it because that's essentially what you're doing. The opposite of creating would be the redo of... The undo of creating a tile would be the redo of the deletion command, and the undo would be the redo. It'll be all flip-floppy. That's just how it works. At least in my perfect world. But I guess everything is not. Reality isn't always what you want. Position parameter. What's going on here? Okay, that's just the position. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, all this is fine. I don't believe there's any mismatch. We have 6 parameters for the infield. 6 parameters there. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, this all checks out. This is all above board. It all seems kosher. Okay, sweet. Maybe we can work on making the player controller better. That would be a good idea. That would be a great idea, actually. So we're gonna do something simple. And is point free. This is a very fun one because this is a general space query, but we're gonna be, don't worry, we're gonna redo this at some point, but index to ignore, because we don't want the player to have accidental self positives, which was the issue we were having before, where the player was colliding with themselves. And I imagine there's probably be more robust. You need to make this more robust at some point to like handle multiple different types of maybe tags or indices to specific indices to ignore, but for now this is fine. So they're equal. Continue on. And let's see if this alone fixes our weird little issue with this method. Player, are we using a sprite object? We should really be using a sprite object for the player themselves, but that's neither here nor there. Transform. That's what I'm looking for. Transform dot index. Why are you mad at me? Good evening. How's it going? We figured stuff out. It's going great. I found out I was stuck last stream with this bug, and I learned a little bit about memory management, about pointers, which was fun. It turns out some C# habits bit me in the butt, which, you know, it happens. But we learned from it. Yeah, I love them. Honestly, I enjoy it. It was actually kind of fun to be able to debug pointers and actually printing out addresses. Like I can't remember the last time I actually had to worry about the addresses. And I even made like a minimum reproduction thing. Like after I figured out what the issue was, I made a minimum reproduction thing, because the TLDR is that I'm used to passing, like I understand the difference between passing my value and reference in input parameters, and I completely neglected the fact that that also applies for return values. So, in fact, I'll show you real quick. I'll show you because I think it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to play with this stuff. So we have this here, and you're seeing this output. In fact, let's make it easy for you to read. Let's close out of this. So there's an error that we're having last time where for some reason I would make these changes in edit mode and I would enter play mode and those changes would be gone. And I was like, that makes no sense because there's only one single write operation that's done. We're not double allocating anything, whatever, right? And I looked at the pointers and I found this issue where we had this parent that had, you know, some value. Here it's nil, but it was a different value. And then the child object value, which should be pointing to the same thing, had a different pointer. And I was like, that's so weird. Why is that the case? And here's the minimum production. Here's like the minimum amount of code needed to reproduce this issue, where you have this struct child that has an int pointer to the value, and then you have a struct parent, which has the actual int value itself, not a pointer. And it also has a child object. And then we have this creation method here. This create method that creates a parent instance, right? And then in here you create the parent and you set the value, and that's cool. And then in here you construct the child and then set its value pointer to the one in parent. And everything in here makes sense, you know? But when you get to here, where you do parent.parent create and you check the values, you realize, oh my goodness, these values are not pointing to the same thing. Why is that? And the thing that tripped me up was like, oh yeah, I forgot. This is returning the actual, like a value type, which means it's constructing a new copy, which means where this is living in memory is different to where this is living in memory, but the pointer value is still the same. So even though we have this new value that's constructed here, the pointer stored in here is still pointing to the original place where it was constructed. And that's why we have this weird pointer offset, and why I was like, I feel like something's being changed, like the pointers are being rewritten somewhere or something. And we learned a valuable lesson. Don't do that. Instead, mutate a value. Have it initialized in whatever is owning it, and then just pass in a pointer to it and mutate that instead to initialize the values. Pointers are hell when you first start messing with them, but after some time, 90% of the time, you'd rather have everything be them. Yeah, no, honestly, and that's only one advantage of having things constructed as pointers. Yeah. It was a fun learning opportunity, man. It was great. It was like I was like, when's the last time I had to print out pointer addresses? When was the last time we had to do that? When was the last time we had to do it? And I feel particularly proud because I was like, all right, you know, let's consult ChatGPT out of just curiosity. And everything it was suggesting was just wrong. It was just wrong. It was like, no, you're totally allocating to heap. That's probably what's happening. Or you have something else like things that clearly go against the things I told it was going on. I was so proud. I was like, I figured it out on my own. Big boy over here. Probably not that crazy. Most C++ people I think would understand. Oh yeah, you're returning by value there, but hey, it's a lesson that sticks. But yeah, aside from that, it's great now. We can actually like make changes in editor. Like I can put stuff here. I can delete them now, which is cool. And then I can enter play mode and oh snap, look at that. Oh snap, it's there. And not only that, I can even save the file. I can save that to file and it works there. And it reproduces. It's great. We actually have a proper level editor now, so I can start designing stuff and using this as a proper tool. And then now I'm testing up. I want to tighten up a little bit. The collision is still going to be jank, but I at least want to make it a little bit less jank before I start implementing a proper nice data structure for a nice tree structure for this. Excuse me, I'm deleting. Why are you disobeying me? Okay, that's cool. Oh, that's super cool. That's a fresh, fun new bug. Don't know why that's happening. Who cares? Until I start caring. Okay. I'm gonna save this. I just saved it. We're gonna. Yep. Need to fix that still. I absolutely love seeing someone move to C++ and appreciate the language somewhat. I know, I love the language, dude. I honestly, it's kind of crazy how much I love the language. Like, all these other people are like trying to convince you, gaslight you into thinking that, oh, C++ is going to be scary, bad, evil, you're going to hate it. But then you actually go into it and it's like, oh, this is actually pretty nice. I mean, okay, if you don't want to learn anything about how your computer works, and if you don't want to care about, if you don't want to know what's actually going on, if you don't want to know what an address is, but like, yeah, C++ is the worst language, right? But if you're not scared, you know, like if you're a computer programmer who's not scared about knowing what's going on in a computer, then it's not bad. It's not that crazy. Oh, okay, a second preface. And you're working on your own stuff, right? I can't speak to how it is to work professionally with C++, and that's an important distinction because, like, by yourself, you can do things the way you love it, and you know how the code base works, and you have your paradigm set up. Like, for me, I have a particular way I'm organizing stuff to make it very easy and minimize allocation to heap and whatnot. But, like, if you're working in a code base with other people, then, like, chances are there's going to be a bunch of concessions they make to be unified, but also kind of removes your joy of programming a little bit. And that's just kind of what happens, right? Like, that's just what happens in, like, collaborator / professional programming. Like, it's so in that case, maybe I would hate it, right? Because, like, even with this little snafu I had, I instantly saw, oh yeah, if I'm dumb and initialize or construct values in the wrong way, then a weird class of bugs is going to emerge, and that's not great. But at least I'm aware of the system. I know exactly what's going on, and the workspace is finite. If I'm working in a large thing where I don't understand fully everything and I don't have ownership over every component, and we throw in like you know, some extra fun stuff like, you know, more OOP stuff, then yeah, I can totally see how I may grow to dislike C++. But at the same time, like a lot of those same issues would be things that I would hate about any, like those kind of problems are problems that could emerge in other languages. I think the only weird stuff is stuff that happens when you're treating C++ like C. Like then there some weird stuff can happen, right? And then you might have to do things like, I don't know, like array sanitizers or memory sanitizers. Don't do like me and script your engine with a C compiler, or actually do, in retrospect, it actually worked surprisingly good, but I'm legally obligated to say don't do it. No, I was so close to doing like just pure C. But no, we're just doing C++. We're just doing C++. Using Clang. I believe that's what's being used by CLion. We're just using good old Clang to do this compilation. Yeah, I don't know what kind of odd stuff would happen. Like, I know the whole purpose of C++ is to be like C, just a superset of it. But I'm not sure if I wonder if there's any divergence that's happened between C and C++. I mean, it seems largely interoperable here, so that's fine. But I'm not sure if there's anything weird going on in the compiler side. Yeah, that was such a vindicating moment yesterday against like AI, Oh, it's gotta be a compiler optimization that's happening. That's totally what's happening. No, it's not. No, it's not, ChatGPT. Get out of here. Maybe one day you'll take over the world, but not today. Clearly not today. Oh, there totally is? Okay, that's fun and fresh and... Oh boy. That's all sorts of fun. Yeah, can't wait to find it. Can't wait to run across that stuff. There's a bunch of C++ stuff I'm supposed to be using, like a standard array instead of just raw doc, just basic C arrays or C strings. We'll get there. When I blow off my leg, we'll start worrying about this stuff. That's what we'll do. Once I blow my leg off, then we'll start worrying about these things. Well, that's cute. I tried doing start stuff like Unity. No, we just need tick. We just need update. What am I doing here? Oh, that's right. This is what I'm doing. Yeah, it's point free, and I have to use a collider, the base collider we're using, to check does point collide with index? No, that's not right. Or I guess if I want to do just a pure query, but I also want to factor in the collider we're using, so we're gonna modify this a little bit. I'm gonna make like a version of this. I think I duplicated this, right? Yeah, we did a duplicate. So there's a basic one that's just independent of any data, and then there's gonna be this one here that this point collide with index. I think I have a thing here for point colliding with different things. Oh, okay, we'll figure this out. Oh, what am I even using for the player? Am I using a circle collider or a square collider? If I remember, the reason you gotta export C functions to C with the extern keyword is because one of them does function declaration in its object files for overloading and templating purposes and whatnot, but don't take my word for it. Okay. Interesting. That's weird. Wait. Exporting C functions. Okay, I was like, wait, exporting C functions to C, that's weird. I imagine, I was like, yes, exporting C functions to C++. That's fun. That's super cool. Yeah, because templating's a whole thing. I'm avoiding templating as much as I can. Like, as much as I can avoid templating, I'd rather just do that. Like, what it offers is kind of nice, but Oh no, go right ahead. It's fun. Really? I don't know. Like, I don't want to... Like, I love generics as much as the other guy, right? But, like, part of my C thing, like, this is to be, no, we're not going to do OOP stuff. So, like, no interfacing, no, none of that stuff. Part of it's just to have a fun constraint. And just program in a very fundamentally different way than I do things. But yeah, I also heard, like, just templating also just kind of balloons up your size. I'm doing a lot of weird stuff with the way I'm programming this. Like, this is C++, but it's not like a normal C++ project per se. Oh yeah, we'll see though. At some point, I'm gonna have to actually do normal C++. Normal C++. I don't know, maybe I don't. I mean, I'm not doing this professionally. As long as I'm doing stuff for myself, I'll do it however I want to, man. I can do things my weird, wacky, jank way. I know I had that with commands, like implementing a command structure, but not using like a simple abstraction layer or command or strategy pattern for all that stuff, so that everything could be fit in memory uniformly. It's a little fun. Though there's some types of commands that may be problematic to deal with in the future. But we'll deal with that when we deal with that. It's really dumb, but it's also kind of fun. Maybe one day we'll go into it. Maybe one day we'll go into it. Oh, yeah, I was checking to see what kind of collider the player uses. With things other than type names, it can get really idiotic really fast. You can use generics with things other than type names. Oh, that sounds wild. That sounds nutty. See, I heard I heard you could do a lot of funky stuff with this. Want an example? Sure, I guess, why not? Why not be cursed with knowledge at this point? Why not be burdened with knowledge on this? The equivalent to programmer brain rot. I'm cool with this. Set sprite, jump state, run state, idle state, quest state. Create. What do we do here? Request transform, get texture, reserve animator, render ticket, which should honestly just be saved with the... We'll deal with that later though. Player render equals render, okay. Set texture, and then reserve collider. And what are we using? Position data. We're using a box collider. Okay, simple. Simple. So now we can go here. So it's point free. And this is going to be, I don't know, Quester. Source transform? Like, I don't know. Origin transform? And then we're going to do the thing here. What are we doing? Origin transform. No, we're doing... What's the data we have structured here? Serve type. That's what we're looking for. Type. Origin transform. case statements for the different types of collider. And then I think I have something like this somewhere around here. Does point collide with circle, point collide with box. I guess I don't. Oh, okay. Is point free? Oh, okay. Okay, no, we're good. We're good. We actually do have something here. It's point free, and we have a collider ticket, collider, and then the point, and then the different corners if we want to calculate that in case there's it's a box. And then iterate through here. Collider. Yeah, I already solved this problem. Oh my goodness. It's point free. I just have to use the correct, what was it? Yeah, I just have to use the correct overload. Collider ticket. That's what I need. Oh my goodness. So if it's free, then we do the movement. If not, we stop. Okay, let's see if I can... No! It's still doing the thing. This point free. Oh, because I'm still doing that. Yeah, okay. I'm overriding my logic. Okay. Sheesh. Sheesh. Okay. So somehow we're like accumulating velocity. So we have to like reset it to like 0. And then we'll have to do a change to allow sliding. Oh, you're still, okay, so wall collisions are working. The sky stuff is weird. That's very odd. That's super odd. We had like a really good thing. I have to implement raycasting too. That's gonna be another thing we have to do. I think I'm just gonna implement a lot of the logic, and then once we swap out the data structure, we just because we're gonna still have to have the same APIs for communicating between these things, like for requesting, performing these actions, checking what point it's free, or doing raycast. It's gonna be the same data you need. The only thing that needs to change is like the underlying data structure that's like used for querying stuff. So like, maybe I should just implement this in a bad way just to make these APIs exist, and then, or these functions exist and interactions, and then go from there. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, there's something going on with the, you know what, let's debug this. Let's do some debugging. Let's do a little bit debugging. Velocity. Is there a two-string thing for this? I don't know. I feel like there should be. Vector utility. I wrote something, I think, for at least printing this out. I forgot. No. Vector utilities. Yeah, V3 to, nope, that's not the thing. How do I not have like a utility for printing this out? It's weird. Okay, I should probably do that or Google documentation. For right now, we're just gonna do this dumb way of doing things. gonna be okay. We're gonna live. It's fine. We're gonna be fine. I think. Or actually, can I do string concatenation like this? Nah, C sharp is not, C++ is not gonna be happy with that. I know I've done some I've done vector printing out before. I just don't know where I did it and what I used to do it. Very sad. Try to be fancy. Oh well. It's okay. Alright, what's this example you got for me? gist.github. So this is an extreme case, but okay, let's see this jank. What am I in for here? Okay, IOStream vector, we're not gonna do every type of data structs we need. So you have a dummy struct with int x, and then you create a template, int game object limit, int map trigger limit, int player limit. Templates are generated at runtime, so you needed to know your map size in advance, but this can be used for allocations and setting hard map sizes. So struct, dummy struct, game object project. Okay. Oh. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's wild. That's how you can't use anything you want as a templating argument. That's gnarly. Wow. So you could like pass value types into it. And then use that in, that's crazy. That's pretty crazy. That is nuts. Because usually I'm just treating it like generics in C#, right? Where so you just pass your type values, you do your stuff with it. Call it a day, support different types of things. But actually using it, that's crazy. How much has come to use? Never. How cool is this? Very. Yeah, it sounds pretty cool. Templating from hell. That's nuts. See, like I don't really know much about templating, right, in C++. I just know that it's pretty gnarly. It can make your compile times way slower, and that technically templates are like Turing complete on their own. So I never really dived deep into it, but that is pretty cool. This is pretty cool, actually. I'm not gonna lie, man. I can see an application for this right now. Like it's a crappy one. You could probably do it not using templates, but this just puts ideas in your brain. It puts sick, twisted ideas in your brain, and it makes you want to do sick, twisted things. It's kind of scary. It's oh my goodness. I don't know, guys. Like, should I kind of want to play around with this a little bit. Plus, you can use this using keyword to define type aliases for anything, including complete template. So. Yeah. I've been seeing that. I've been feeling like I need to start doing that in some ways for other things in my project. Like having custom versions of stuff. Like this is super disgusting, but like, I entertained the idea just out of like the ethos of this project is like, I want a game where it's like, I want to make a code base where like, as much of this stuff can be just stack allocated. I'm almost kind of approaching it with the NASA kind of criteria where it's like, I want to make things stack allocated. I want to just like have the size of this game being known in advance, right? And so one thing that I was thinking was that like, all right, strings are technically like resizable, and And I mean, the default strings, like if you do like a static const expression for a string, is like fine up to a certain size limit, and then it gets bigger. And I was like, what if I make like our own like fixed size string? So like we never do that. We just have our own. We have our own weird, sick, twisted idea of what a string is. Hey, what's up, Kid Mario? But yeah, in this bizarre world, I would have my like set size for strings. We'll treat it like C, where we have like a null terminator in there. So like, yeah, maybe a string is like maybe it could be like 4 characters and whatever, but we allocate the same size for every string each time, and that's how we do things. That's like dumb. And then, like, maybe we want to have like different types of size of strings, like one for like file names that are not as big, but then maybe if like we have some big text potentially, then we have like small string and big string, cozy cabin small strings, cozy cabin big string, and then but like really, you just do like a define this, and then it's like a char array. Like I said, something really stupid, but like this is a personal project. I'm not being paid for this. This is for me, so I could do these sick, twisted things. Anyways, what's up, Kid Mario? How you doing? Glad to have you in stream. Hope you enjoy this weird thing. I'm learning about templates right now. It's crazy. It's crazy. The things you can do in this. Safari Miner. Dropping some wild knowledge. This is cool, though. This is actually legitimately cool. One day we'll do a normal C++ project. We'll do a normal C++ project where we actually use header files and things like that, and we can allow things like circular dependencies again, and do things like regular people. Oh, this is a vector float too. That's partially why this is an issue. Heard about friendship in C++? Like you're asking if C people who use C++ have friendship? Like, is that a feature? You get to have friends in C++? Outside of like a meme, I don't know what that is. What is friendship in C++? I'm curious now. Okay, what is this debugger telling me? What are the values that we're printing out here? What weird stuff are we having? Okay, so we're having crazy accumulation of values on the y-axis. That's not great. So I guess my hunch is correct here, but it should be addressed by this is grounded. Collider, yep, the pixel down. Okay, so friendship is something you can define on classes to allow specific other classes or functions to access private or protected fields. That sounds why is that a feature? Why is that a thing? Oh, you know what? Question though. Question, right? Actually, you know what? Not even a question. We can figure this out ourselves. Because I know there's a thing that you can do in C# that, like C# I don't think allows you to do that. Like the more advanced specifiers are like for assembly level. But I know you can do a thing in C and C# where you can like define, for example, class, like A, whatever. And then you can define another class B in there. And then you can define like, I don't know, int foo, and then in class B you can do like public. It's probably not gonna work the same way. But yeah, and in C# you can be like, if you have an instance, if you have a, like even if you don't have a direct reference to it, but if you're given like a reference to foo, for example, so like you have A, you can do like, and then we make this private. You can do like A dot. Oh, so you can do that here too. Okay, you can do that as well. Use it in one project in my entire life, but if you want to see a project use it a lot, check out the source code for Postal 1. Interesting. That's odd. I don't know. Okay, that's cool to know, I guess. I don't know. It just feels kind of. Yeah, I don't know. It's an extra feature. Like, am I gonna be mad for having more? I guess not. I know there's people in the C++ community that I hear about in the background who are like angry at all these new features that get added. I'm not sure this is a new feature though. Friendship sounds like something that probably wasn't that far, like, that came in a long time ago. When did friendships get added? It's 1998. That's the year I was born. That's literally the year I was born. Okay, so it's been out for a fat minute. So it's probably part of like the original paradigm. It's just kind of crazy how many different things. Like, if you look at accessor levels, does C++ have protected? We're just gonna talk about like access, like the accessor levels in general. It's just kind of wild how much there is. Like you have like your private classes. I mean, no, not that. Maybe I'm factoring stuff from C# land. You tell me. We're gonna have two categories here. We're gonna have C++, and then we're gonna have C#. So here we go. Private, public, and then friendship. Which I'm not even sure what the syntax for that is. I'm not sure if you even use it as a keyword in the same way as like these private, public class. Are they like a tag where you specify them in some outer level to establish a friendship between these two class structs? And I'm assuming C++ also has protected. That's a whole thing. Now what C# has that I'm not sure this has is there's like sealed classes as well. And then there's internal, right? For like assembly level. No, sealed is actually different. That's not. It's an accessor thing, but it's a different OOP thing. It's something else. I don't know. Maybe it's not as much as I thought. It just feels kind of weird to have this other thing to juggle. Not juggle. You can choose to use it or not. It really depends on the environment you're either building or inheriting. I think inheritance is the biggest issue here. Friendship in a nutshell. Okay, let's see this. Okay, so you have class A. And it has a property or field. What? Okay, for another question, in C++, in C# you have field and properties for class members. Is it the same terminology? Do you say field for this stuff, or variable? All right. Anyways, you have int y equals 10, right? And you have a public int x. Cool. And oh yeah, because classes by default are private. Okay, yeah. And then and then this is the syntax. Friend class B. Class B, int A. Cool, and then they can access that. Yeah. Interesting. It's a property or a field or a variable. It doesn't really matter, I think. Okay. No, so in C# there's a distinction. There's a distinction between field and property, because field is just like a variable, like any other, but property implies that it's a getter or setter or both. That it has a getter or setter. So a very distinct thing. Like if you try to do reflective coding in C#, and this bit me because I was like, properties and field are the same thing, but no, it makes a distinction between fields and properties. So if you try to reflectively get a field but then use get property, you're not going to get it. It's going to be gone. It's going to be invisible. You're not going to be able to get it. Oh my, so we can do, I imagine this applies for structs too, because there's no difference between structs and classes really. Yeah, we do friend, and then whatever. Oh, this is for enum though, my bad. Here we can do friend. Friend, I don't know. Vector. Now that's cool, and we can access any private values in there. There are differences between them. Oh no, there are differences between them. And C++, is it the same story? Is it the same story? C++ more like C# than I realized. This is what's happening. Gosh, I love this. All right, let's think here. Let's think about this a little bit. A struct is a data structure. A class is a data structure with extra steps. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like practically, there's not really that much difference to my understanding. Like classes are just structs, but except all the members are private by default. Like that's it. That's in my mind. That's the only difference that exists there. To my knowledge. Oh no, wait. I don't want to. Jesse, no. Oh, wait a second. Is the reason I can't undo and redo deletion commands because I didn't add it to the command? Ooh, is that? Hopefully that's the issue. Hopefully that's just all there is to it. And I'm actually a genius and everything worked really as I imagined. Let's see here. Where is the delete command? Where is the delete command? Where am I deleting things? You know, I could just do this. There we go. Delete control. Here we go. That's so much faster. Yeah, we just create the command. We never add it to the command stack. Oh my goodness, guys. Oh my stars. Guys, I'm actually a genius. I just undersold myself. I assumed I implemented something wrong. That was my mistake. My mistake was thinking that I was wrong. In reality, I was always right. Well, we're gonna find out now. We're gonna find out if this works. If we can do undo and redo of a deletion command, then I'm a genius. I am the C++ expert, all right? I know everything. Delete. Yes! It works. And then redo. Oh. Yes, okay. Beautiful. So we have an application that behaves like an application. Isn't that crazy? Delete. Redo. Undo. And then we redo it. Undo. Redo. Undo. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, guys. Wow. My goodness, my genius. It scares me. It terrifies me. My intellect. Says the man who didn't know about pass by value. Who would have thought, guys? 3 weeks into C++ and I already completed it. I guess it's time to go to Zig, guys. It's time to go to Zig. Undo, redo, works for deletion. Wait till he finds out about no argument templates. No argument what is the... Why would you... Okay, if I'm understanding this, you're creating a template that doesn't... You don't provide any argument information about, like, typing or any of that stuff you included before. Like, it's... Like, if we're using C# terminology, you'd have, like, the open, closed carets with nothing in between it. Why is that a thing? Am I correct? Or am I missing something? Yeah? Okay. Why? Who thought that was... Okay, is there an application? Have you seen this in code? Let's start there before I make a value judgment. Because, you know, it's easy to be like, oh, unfamiliar thing is bad and evil. Yes, there's an application. Okay, so maybe I just don't know things. Maybe I just don't know things then. Maybe I don't know everything about C++. That's kind of crazy. I would not have thought that. I thought I mastered it. 100% completed it, but I guess I didn't. Do you have a good example that shows like what a zero argument template is or does? Because now you piqued my curiosity. Here we go. The application is verbosity when you create formatters for new printing system. Okay, let's see this. Okay, so you have your zero argument template for your standard formatter. Okay. So it's for like printing out information for a map, for directory entry. Okay. Where does this? Okay, so you have auto. You're implementing formatter for okay. I feel like it would work just fine if it wasn't a template, so don't get why it needs to be. Yeah, I'm lost here a little bit, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm there's a lot of sauce here. And I'm kind of having the constitution of a 40-year-old white woman tasting spicy Louisiana food for the first time. It's a bit much. But I'm assuming you're trying to print something out to a string at some point. Like what you're doing is just taking this data structure and then making it into a two-string thing, right? And then this is the format you're using for like formatting this, where you have like the basic text that's going to be there, and then like the things are going to be replaced with actual values like the position and the byte size, I'm assuming. I'm just trying to understand why the templating, where the templating comes into the equation here. I guess that's what I'm trying to understand. That's all. So I can do standard print. If you're wondering when the templating is doing its magic, then that makes two of us. Okay, I'm glad we're both equally confused here, because I'm like, I feel like this would be easier if you just, I don't know. I feel like there's different ways of going about this. Like in my mind, I was like trying to rationalize, like, oh, like, is it doing like maybe acting like an attribute, maybe, and you're trying to query the correct constructor? I don't know. Or I guess it's, you know what? I think this is one of these moments where we picked up something we maybe shouldn't have, and we just put it back down. We just put it back down and we leave it there. Maybe one day, when we do a couple lines, we'll access some new insight, and then we'll be able to comprehend what the writers of this were envisioning. Because he does it here too for map data as well, and it's like, dog. It didn't have to be like this. Oh, look. The quadruple namespaces, that's sick. You'll love to see it. You love to see quadruple namespacing. That thing is why I want to get on the C++ committee, not to propose ideas, to get access to the cocaine they're taking to do that. Yeah. Yep. That makes sense. You know, the C++ committee's got some crazy stuff going on, right? I'm pretty sure they probably have some connections with Diddy, okay? Like, I know, like, I feel like in a couple years, I think they've been able to go for as long as they have under the radar, just because it's like a coding, like it's a coding thing, it's a nerdy thing, it's a not too conspicuous thing. Like, they got Diddy. Well, they didn't get him, first of all, but they at least try to get Diddy because he's a high-profile guy. There's a lot of eyes on him. Tell me, how many people even have strong opinions about C++ and the C++ committee? Not much. How many people are even aware of that? I'm just saying, man, if you're the elite and you want to, have your crazy parties in plain sight without rousing suspicion. You know what? I wouldn't even go for C++. I would go for the COBOL. There's got to be a COBOL community, right? Like, am I wrong? Is there a COBOL community in here somewhere? Not community, committee. I mean, I'm also wondering if there's a, I feel like the community is the committee. Like, I feel like there's 3 dudes here still using COBOL, and that's why they're the committee. Not like because they try to vie for that position, but they're in there just by the fact that they're the only 3 guys here. The Codicil Executive Committee later created COBOL Maintenance Committee. They created the COBOL Maintenance Committee. Yeah, because they know they're not going to be extending this language to answer questions from users and vendors. Yeah. I'd love to see that, man. How many people have strong opinions about C++? Every 12-year-old who thinks they're superior for using Rust. I guess so. I guess, yeah, I guess, yeah, Rust did expose more. That's like it's odd. It's like, I guess the word would be notorious then. Unfortunately, it included me for a hobby. Hey, it included me. I used to be Rust. We talked about it last time. I learned Rust just to end up hating Rust. I'm not gonna lie, man. I was one of those guys. I was like, C++ sucks, man. C sucks, man. I wrote like 12 lines of C for college one day, and then like that was the worst. I was one of those kids who hated. I was like, why is our university teaching C? We should be using like Python or something else. Oh boy. Oh boy. What? He did not know. He did not know. He was just a boy. He didn't know what he was saying. He thought he was so slick with it. Wrote one single HTTP server in Rust, and was like, yay, Rust. Never wrote anything in it ever again. Well, at least you don't have that issue of like sunk cost. I stuck. You knew. I've been doing Rust stuff for like 2-3 years on and off. It's not great. It's not great. Not great. I mean, I wrote some useful things and things I thought are cool, and you know, I still might use them from time to time, but it's like, damn. Did it really just take me 3 weeks in C++ to exceed all progress I've done in Rust over the past like couple years? Like, that's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. Crazy work. 3 years, 3 weeks. That's crazy. 3 times faster. No, what's the order of magnitude? Oh no, it's not gonna be a direct comparison because like they're different bases from like 353. Whatever. Either way, it's at least an order of magnitude faster to develop in here than there. I'm just saying, man. I know what I'm about. Queries, finds, nearest, non-cursor entity. Now that we have deletion, I honestly kind of want to start doing some level design stuff. I'm not going to be real with you. I kind of want to start designing some levels. Just to test out what we can do. Just test out what is possible, what is feasible. Because I feel like there's so much on the table now. There's so much on the table. And I should start like... I kind of want to start exploring. I kind of want to open up Krita. I kind of want to open up some Krita real quick. Like I did a basic thing here. Maybe we should open that up. I did this basic little thing here. And maybe we continue down this path. Maybe that's what we do. We start making this, the spaceship. You know what? Maybe that's what I'm going to do. Who's going to stop me? Maybe I should choose the color, though. The colors for this. I still think... more effort should be made to take ManiaScript and Hexen ACS out of the game industry because of their potentials in client-side and server-side scripting. ACS and server-side web development would go hard. So here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I don't think we should have scripting in server-side. I think you're missing the forest for the trees. Why have scripting in the server side for the web dev people? Okay? Why would we do that? Well, we can instead have Scratch. We can have Scratch on the server side. Come on, guys. Come on, like think about the people who do web deving. I feel like this is right up their alley. I think these JavaScript people, like they're stretching their fingers out too much, man. Typing up all that JavaScript. Or if they're fancy, maybe Python. If they're doing some MongoDB, not Mongo. I forgot what was the framework. I forgot what was the name of it. Whatever. Either way, our poor web devs are working too hard. They're working too hard, okay? They're working too dang hard. And I think we got to get rid of the mouse entirely. The keyboard, we have to get rid of the keyboard entirely. We have to remove it out of the equation, all right? And we just got to, honestly, get rid of the mouse too. We need to put a tablet in front of our web devs and let them drag and drop their code. Let them do that, all right? Let them do it. Receive post requests right there, and then process and extract values from the post request. Maybe get this parameter from there. Write a file to an S3 server, you know. Grant approval for authentication, and then bam. Bam. Respond to client. Easy. Like, I think this is the kind of things, this is the kind of level our web devs need to be working at. I think this is more of their speed, and I think this is ultimately where we're going to. You know, I would do it. I know you would do it. I know. You're the person. You were the person who was like doing this weird thing of taking PHP and trying to force it into C++, if I remember correctly. You're doing this. No, not PHP. You're taking this Google variant of it. I forgot the name of it. Converting it to PHP and then trying to cross-compile that into C++. I know you would do it. And honestly, you should. You should. Just make a GitHub saying this is the new framework for the future. Yeah. It was Facebook, not Google. Oh, Facebook. I don't know. It's Fang. It's whatever. They're all the same monoliths to me. Yeah, that's crazy that you went for that. You shot for the stars. I'm sorry it didn't work out, but you know what? I respect it. Like, I knew that was not going to turn out great for you. But sometimes, like, you got to let... Sometimes people, you just gotta go through some pain. You just gotta experience some pain and just live through it. Pain is the greatest teacher, am I right? Space station, that's what I was doing. Let's see if we can translate this in some way. I want it to feel cozy. This would be like a hub world, I'm thinking. I'm envisioning this as being a hub world of sorts. So let's see what we can do with that. To be fair, it was PHP's toolset's fault, not Facebook's fault. I don't know, man. I think... I don't know. This feels... No matter what. Like, theoretically, yes, it should have been fine. That's on them. But I don't know, that feels kind of like a kind of a gnarly request. I'm not gonna lie. Like, yes, ultimately the fault is them. But I think the real fault is in you daring to dream, okay? I think you dreaming of that possibility was your downfall. That was your doom. That was your end right there. Like, you should not be optimistic. That's the real issue here. You dare to dream, and what did that get you? Pain, sadness, suffering. No good times. So what now? You're going to go after MLK because he had a dream too? Dream technology. Well, we're gonna have dream technology, okay? It's gonna be Scratch for the back end. That's the dream technology, okay? Like, look at what the workforce for back end developers are gonna be. This is what the workforce is gonna look like. This is what the web dev workforce is gonna be like in like a couple years, okay? There's gonna be there's gonna be Facebook job offerings for like 8-year-olds to just go on their tablet and yay, mommy, I received a post request. I chucked the file onto an S3 bucket, mommy. This was the developers, by the way. There's one company that is instituting this technology, and yeah. This is the company that this is the company that adopted this new technology of drag and drop for backend. You know, just yeah. You can't get mad at them. Like, how do you expect an 8-year-old to know that their S3 bucket shouldn't be like public? Like how can you blame the 12-year-old for that? How are they supposed to know? Tease me. Where's the SP3 file format documentation? That's amazing. Truly the future of programming, guys. Look at that. That kid just merged a PR, introducing a whole new vulnerability to their to production. Fantastic. Truly we're in the future. Truly we are in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the future. Let me turn off snapping. We're actually going to do some drawing for once. That's kind of crazy. Who would have thought? Me doing art, being an artist and doing art things. I want this to feel like still like robotic. Like I want this to feel like we're still on a spaceship, but there's like some warmy touches to it to make it feel nice and homey. I used to be a big scratcher back in the days, you know? Oh my goodness, you're something of a scratcher yourself? I wasn't. I hated Scratch. From day one, even in middle school, I hated Scratch. I had a friend who used Scratch. I was like, nah, Game Maker all the way, dude. You're lame. I'm better than you. Yeah, the elitist in me has always been around, even since middle school. Even then, I was like, nah, you're lame. I use GML. I actually do real coding, okay? I use Game Maker language to do real big boy coding, okay? So I'm not saying I'm better than you. I'm just a little better than you. Just a little better than you. It's okay. It happens to all of us. Truly, I knew I was a programmer then, not because of like my love for coding or anything, but just because I wanted to show that I was better than people, that I had better opinions. Truly, that is when I knew I was a programmer. Member since 9 years and 5 months. Rookie numbers. I'm probably up to 15 years now with Game Maker, but they don't have anything like this. Yep, look at that, 9 years, 5 months. Look at you. Look at all these shared projects. Oh, look at this. Web Paint Infinite Draw. Where's your earliest projects? Oh, 07. Can't really do more than this. Oh yeah, you're right. You're my bad. I forgot. I'm kind of an old head. Bonjour. Oh my goodness. Jump scared me with French and the JPEG of, what is that? Cheetos? The puffs? Cheeto puffs? Minecraft. Eat. Don't go there. Jesse, don't go there. We went there already. It's already too late. I'm sorry. Ah! That was loud. That was so loud. I was expecting that. He's hungry. 0. Craft. Go craft. Oh, he's doing a lot of craft. Look at the crafting. It's going up. Is this you are a Tamagotchi? I'm assuming that's what you're saying. Or I'm a Tamagotchi. Eat, nourish yourself. Beautiful. I mean, I think I had a stream where I showed my first games ever, right, in Game Maker. My middle school games. Good times. Good times had by all. Good times indeed. That was a nice trip. It was really nice being able to save that flash drive and back up everything before it potentially died. That was a nice moment. Also have the random, because that flash drive didn't belong to me. My sister found it in the library and just gave it to me. So there's a bunch of pictures of random people on some kind of trip, and you know, I just have those memories. I just have those. I was meaning to go on Reddit and like post those pictures and be like, hey, does this belong to anyone? Because I found these a while ago and they don't belong to me, but you know, I imagine they belong to someone, and someone kind of cares about that. Like, I imagine that probably some of those people in the picture probably are dead. Like, it wouldn't surprise me. It'd be a bit unexpected because they seem pretty young there, but you know, what, they'd be like in their 40s, 50s at this point. Gonna take and then start working on HTTP server working with Scratch. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry I did this to you. I'm sorry about this. Like, there's that whole Rocco's Basilisk of like thought pollution, like, which is like the epitome of being cursed with knowledge. Yeah, that's what I've done to you, I guess. So sorry, I suppose. Like, I'm my bad, I guess. But you have fun with that. You have fun. You have fun bringing Scratch to the web developers. The terrified web developers who on occasion may have to know what a pointer is. Who have to learn that there's something called a stack and heap. Terrifying. That's so funny though. I love that joke. Like, I can't wait to see you make this reality come true of the Scratch in the back end. That's Safari. You have power to change the future. You can change the image of web deving. You can make. Oh, I closed the thing. I closed the picture. Whatever. You can single-handedly get rid of the mouse and keyboard and replace our web dev programmers' tools with just a tablet that they just drag and drop commands to. I believe in you. You can make this happen. No, I love the web devs. I joke, but they do what I shan't want to do. What I refuse to do. I did it once a long time ago. At some point I'm going to have to do it though. I've been wanting to get back into it. Some server-side stuff. There's a thing I want to do. I want to start using. There's a thing that seems promising called Spacetime DB. For anyone who's interested, who wants. It's used to make a MMO. But it seems pretty handy, pretty easy to work with. I don't know. I've been flirting with using it. I've been flirting with converting the single player game into a massively online multiplayer game. You know, because why not? Why not? Why not do that? Why shouldn't I do that? Why shouldn't I make an MMO? What could go wrong? What could go wrong? I don't see anything that can go wrong with it. From what I heard, making an MMO is the easiest type of game to make. In fact, I feel like I made life harder for myself by making a single player, not networked game. Kind of shot myself in the foot there. Alright guys, I'm going to pitch you on a game idea. Imagine Flappy Birds, but it's online always. It's an MMO, and like, we're going to just pump that sucker filled. We're going to pump that sucker filled with microtransactions. Ooh, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Every time you fail, every time you want to flap your wings, that's a credit card right there. That's a credit card transaction right there. Oh, you want to flap the wings? You want to jump over that pipe, do you? That's gonna be some 350. That's gonna be 350 flappy bucks. I'm sorry. Don't get mad at me. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules, okay? I'm just the guy who's making the rules. Don't get mad at me. Okay. And then we have to have I have to think about, like, I haven't thought about sci-fi stuff in a while. I've been super fantasy oriented as of late with my previous games. But now they're making like this sci-fi hub thing. Like, I could do the thing where you just say, hey, we're just not going to worry about how any of this stuff works, and we're just going to wing it. But I don't know, there's something cool about thinking about these practical things. Like right now, I'm faced with an interesting design decision. I'm making bunk beds for kids in this spaceship. But traditional bunk beds, you know, typically have a ladder to get up there. But I'm like wondering, okay, it seems like we're simulating gravity in this, right? But how does that work? How are we doing that? Are we doing the sphere that rotates, that simulates 9.8 meters per second acceleration? Are we going to do that type of joint? Or maybe it's a button you can just turn off. We're just going to make that magic. It's like, do we still need to have ladders here? You know, maybe at nighttime they turn off the gravity and the kids just get to float up there to the second one, you know? Hey, the language is going to be Scratch, so what about I call the server Grit? Grit? Why Grit? Am I missing something? Is it just playing on the same idea of like scratching versus... Is it tied to that? Like, is it are you playing on that? I'm sorry, I'm not very witty. I'm actually quite dim for a programmer, I'm not gonna lie. I don't read enough books. Sorry, Miss Williker, Miss Jenkins. I didn't read my book in 3rd grade, and it's permanently lowered my IQ stats. You know, like sandpaper for scratching. Oh, you're thinking like sandpaper. I was thinking like meow, 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 scratching, you know? I was more on that kind of thought pattern. Tell us anything about the game industry. Plenty of developers are doing. You're right. It's actually kind of status quo. It's kind of status quo. Kind of sad. Oh, man. Fun stuff. But hey, there's optimism. There's the stop killing games stuff. That's pretty cool. There's optimism there. There's devs behind that, supporting that. Kind of crazy that's like normal, but hey, we take what we can get. Yeah, why not? Yeah, I was thinking like more animal related. Like, I'm assuming Scratch came from like that. It's related to the cat scratching you, you know? So I thought maybe you're gonna go like, nah. I don't know. Gnaw. That sounds terrible. I hate the silent G's. They annoy me. I pronounce the silent G's explicitly. Pause. That's a good one. Pause. That's a great one. But yeah, like I'm like now I just say gnarly, unironically. Oh, that's gnarly, dude. Or I'm gonna gnaw on that. Like, I know it's wrong, but why do we start pronouncing it wrong? Like, why did we start spelling things wrong? Or actually, what's probably happening is that it used to be pronounced gnaw, or whatever, gnarly. Okay, I'm not sure about that, but probably that. But then we started phasing it out for whatever reasons. Like that's the same thing what happened with knife. Like, it used to be knife or knight. But the people got lazy pronouncing stuff, and instead of being like, hey, no, that's wrong, we just kept it. We allow the standards to slip, and now here we are, pronouncing gnaw, nah, and gnarly, gnarly. What a sad state of affairs. How friggin' sad. Dang you, Nixon. I'll never forgive you for this. I will always blame you, Nixon. It's all your fault. Okay. We got some beds. Pretty cool. Pretty nice. Pretty gnarly. Bring this back here. We get some cool colors. Let's get some cool colors in here, guys. I think we need to have some cool colors a little bit. Don't mind me. Throwing some cool colors in there. Have to think through this a little bit more. And the space shuttles has to have some kind of panels, I'm thinking. Like, I'm thinking, like, you can make this stereotypically space-like, but then there's, like, the human element of it, right? Like, there's that whole, the interior design for Arctic expeditions. For prolonged Arctic expeditions. There's, like, this whole design strategy where you're actually trying to do the opposite in like foreign and inhospitable environments or environments removed from normal civilization. So like, there's like a specific like thing, I forgot which thing it was, where they designed the interior specifically to be colorful and bright and have earthy tones and stuff like that to kind of attach people back to things that are familiar. Just for their psyche, you know, because they're separated. They're the furthest people from society aside from astronauts, in this cold climate where the environment's all one color tone and they rarely see the sun, and so they got to expend that extra cost for something that's appealing, that connects your psyche to the familiar and the warm and emulates life back in the world. I'm trying to find it. Arctic research, let's say. Not expeditions. I said SB2, but there are 3 scratch file versions. Which one should I use? Should I support all 3? I say just go for all 3. Or at least just use the latest one. Just use the latest one. I mean, how does Scratch work? Can you explicitly choose a Scratch version for the files? Like how you export it? I guess there has to be an option for that. An architectural design framework to promote healthy. Okay. Papers. Fine. I'll accept your cookies. Okay. Hey, we can still see stuff. Okay. So it's just for the structural design of things. But this is pragmatic. I'm trying to look for something more attuned to the psychology. I'm trying to find it. Where is Yeah, I think this one. This is the one I'm thinking of, I believe. What is this? What is this? Polar architecture with Hugh Broughton. Stations in Antarctica. Get out of here, pop-ups.
Established to summer sand simulating the snow food during the long winter months when there's very little resupply from Australia. implementing things like a bit of a Frost.
Yeah, and they also have like things to foster community too. Yeah. Long. Yep. Yep.
Sorts of different concepts that eventually would
I'm gonna save this. 'Cause I think I want to pull more from this than from necessarily space stuff. Yeah. Very interesting how this stuff works, you know? The considerations you have to make for these kind of beyond the norm scenarios. We're gonna make the boys' bed a little messy. Crumpled up. Crumpled up. Maybe have exposure to like the bedding underneath. I'll look at that more. The ground feels a little bit too cold as well. If you're trying to go for this warmer interior thing, then yeah. Yes and no, Scratch exports the file format that its current version uses for SP2 and SP3, so Scratch 2.0 Flash version, and there are zip files with JSONs in them, neither of which I'm willing to completely rebuild for a joke project. Scratch that. Before, I think, which was like inverters. Hey, what's up, Kidan Dishmook? I'm sorry if I pronounced that terribly. I tried. Kieran. Is that how you pronounce it? Either way, hello. Make yourself at home and feel comfortable as we do some research about things related to Arctic expeditions and the interior design of that. Also, as we see, I don't believe you can see the comments. I have Twitch and YouTube going, so Safari Miner over here is cooking up and architecting a new programming language meant to appeal to the masses. That's actually right. The first one or second one? Kieran, or the way I said it? My bad. Hey, stop choking, buddy. Stop choking. I've been yapping for like a fat minute. Almost 3 hours now without drinking the water. Should probably do that. Should probably do it at some point. But now it feels like a weak move to do that. Alright. But yeah, it's like I'm looking, like, level designing is such an interesting and fun thing. Like I love all parts of making games. I like the technical stuff. I love when I get to do coding, the programming. That's cool too, and yeah, the art is fun. But what's really interesting, not really, what's also very interesting is just thinking about what is this environment? What are we trying to communicate here? What should the player be feeling? It should be all tied. The mechanical goals should be hand in hand with your level design and experiential design and art direction. And in this case, this game is right now the game is a blank slate as far as environment. If you run this, the engine compiles and you play. Like this is ooh, my bad. Forgot I was trying to fix collision. We'll do that later. Let's go to the player. 1 second. Just trying to illustrate something. I was testing stuff and then, yeah, here we go. Comment that bad boy back in. Press play. But yeah, like the game right now, we've got it to a point where it's functional, where I made the tool, where I can edit it and make whatever type of level I want to make. If I want to throw stuff here, I can do that. And now we get to have the fun conversation of like, all right, we have these tools. What do you want to build with it? Yeah, that's also wrong, but we'll deal with that later. In this case, we're building a hub world, right? So when you're designing a hub world or a place that the players will be returning back to, I think you want it to be somewhat cozy, depending on what your aim is. You know, even in dark games like Dark Souls, the bonfires are kind of a nice little respite. They make you feel safe from the evil, scary darkness. So, yeah. So, we know if we're making a hub world, we want to achieve that kind of feel, but we also want to communicate the environment. So, what's going on? Where is this game taking place? It's taking place on a spaceship, right? Okay. Well, there's a lot of different inspirations you could take for making spaceships in fiction and whatnot. But a lot of them oftentimes feel a bit cold. So the question I'm posing is like, alright, so you still want to convey that you're in this foreign place that humanity is just not used to, but we still also want to make it feel a little bit cozy. And that's what led us to this whole Arctic expedition thing. Because they're kind of dealing with the same thing. The interior designers for Arctic expeditions and researchers have to be like, alright, you're going to be in this cold, crazy, inhospitable place, and we can't guarantee to make things as nice and cozy as we want. But how do we do the most to make people still feel attached to their, you know, to the familiar while still having the things needed to perform your regular function? It's a very interesting problem space. I don't know about you, but at least for me, I always thought that everything's very rigid about just pure practicality. Psychology goes second. Just put those guys on a tin can and throw them into Antarctica. It's gonna be fine. But it turns out, no, they actually care about like mental health for the people who are going out there and are willing to expend some budget on things like wooden walling or pine walls, so they can not only see some warmth, but also smell some warmth. Anyways, a lot of yapping. But yeah, it's something that's really cool and interesting, I think. And very foreign. Anyways, I'm playing around with this sprites and seeing what we can do with this. Also, kind of looking at this diagram a lot. It's kind of cool. I think it kind of strikes that balance of like kind of cozy, kind of foreign. I don't know. We'll see what we can do here. I think we gotta have some carpet though, for sure. I think these colors are a little too strong though. I think we're gonna keep like the mechanical. Like, we're gonna have a nice surface top here, but then we're still going to show the mechanisms behind it, so the player still visually sees like, hey, this is still like this is still a bit spacey. There's like mechanisms, there's structures, some engineering going on in here. Yeah, we don't think the effects that come from being on space, you would never understand. Yeah, no, it's great. It's so many little details we neglect, right? And I'm even neglecting some stuff here, because right now we're just assuming that in here gravity is going to be work fine. Like, there's a magic button that exists on this fictional space station that lets them just go boop, gravity on or gravity off. And we're not going to explore like how that happens. Yeah. Yeah, like if I want to be more realistic, I'd probably look at the ISS for inspiration, but I think that feels way too foreign. Like if you look at the ISS videos, ISS, and you look at, yeah, like their conditions, like that's very much super duper not they're very different. It's cool, and I think if you want to go for something more realistic, yeah, but there's probably a way of going about it. I kind of need to play around with controls and like zero gravity controls, because if we're gonna do a space game, we gotta have some fun stuff with gravity. We gotta implement some quirky, weird stuff and figure out how the player's gonna work in zero gravity situations in a way where it's like it's accurate enough where it feels to the player like they're in zero gravity, but we still give them affordances to actually navigate it, because zero gravity is kind of inconvenient. Like you can get stuck. ISS astronaut stuck. Like there's times where like they're too far away from stuff, so they're just kind of floating, and they have to like try to flap their wings to get close to something that they can grab. I don't know if we can show a video here. That's a blue. That's something else. But either way, you get the idea. Games are all about fudging reality, kind of emulating reality, but taking the liberties to make it fun. Alright guys, decision time. So, I had this video before in the background. Do you guys prefer A or B? Is running babbling brook. I'll leave that there. If both are fine or it doesn't really matter too much, we'll just stick with what we got right now. But yeah, fun design problems. It's like a level designer hat you get to wear. It's fun. Do you do any game dev, Kieran? Do you operate in that kind of space at all? I'm just asked out of curiosity. It's always cool to meet other people. Do this, do that. We have the panel here. So we're gonna have the little splashes. B, we're sticking with B. Alright, we're sticking with B. Sounds good to me. Hey, that rhymed. Got my Scratch 1.4 example server code. Now to make a runtime environment. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm making one, but with Raylib. Hey, that's still big stuff though. That's some big stuff though. Raylib, yeah, Raylib mentioned in chat. That's sick. Hey man, if you ever have some videos or stuff, always down to check it out. Always down to peep. Yeah, honestly, this is my first time writing. Well, not my first time. I've written, like, I've done a little toy game engine project before, but I'm only now diving into it seriously after kind of being burned by Unity. Or just not liking Unity in general. Like, there's a bunch of factors. Yeah, I saw you go from Twitch to YouTube. You're summoned. Yeah. But there's a bunch of reasons. Like, I use Unity for my day job. That's definitely one thing that biases me a bit. And then, you know, I did a game in there, and crunching on that just kind of made me... The Unity UI just irked me a lot. Like, I've done a bunch of stuff in it. It's just... We had this conversation... Like, there's this whole conversation of, like, making tools that are made to fit your hands. And... especially like as a solo developer, my time is important and there's a high opportunity cost to it. So when working with my tools, I want to have the least amount of friction as possible. Which means that most out-the-box engines like Unity, Godot, Unreal just do not work well enough for me. Like for me, I use Vim. By the way, I use Vim. Hey guys, I kind of use Vim. And I love being able to navigate my IDE. Like if you look at my hand, like I can navigate all my IDE by just using keyboard shortcuts. Like, you know, select, delete, undo, whatever, right? So like this whole editor I wrote was with the same premise of I want to have Vim, but I did something dumb, didn't I? What did I do? It failed to compile. Yeah, it failed to compile. Where is the mistake I just added right now? Oh, right here. Yep. But yeah, if I go in editor right now, like you're gonna see, if you look at my hands, full navigation using keyboard. If I want to start inserting objects, I, and then select whatever I want to add. Boom, boom, boom. Right? Delete. Boom. Undo. Boom. If I want to go up further and place some stuff there. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Want to go back. Boom, 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 boom. Like, this is not great for a general audience, but for me, this is exactly what I want. This is everything I would need and want and desire. And then like writing everything like from like, or like not everything, but most stuff, keeping it very bare bones means I get to add explicitly only the abstractions I want. It's a beautiful thing. And like sure, it's an upfront cost, but once you get going, you just get going. You just start schmooving and grooving. Oh, Scratch Wiki? Well, it's probably written in Scratch. It's probably written in Scratch, dog. That's probably what's going on here. That's way too smooth. I do Vim with VS Code, but I ain't that fast. Oh, brother. It takes time, I guess. I don't know. I also just very ADHD. I like to be moving. I like to feel like I'm fast. I don't know. It's a thing for me. I go through great inconveniences for it. But that's why like for work, I have to slow down. Like I have this split keyboard here. But for work, I use this keyboard here. And this isn't, I'm starting to use it, but this is intentional. Because if I'm typing like that fast, 8 hours a day, like you start having I start having carpal tunnel, and I start having all these different issues or tendonitis. So sometimes you have to like limit yourself, and that's like one way of doing it. Fast isn't always great. Like, yeah, I can type fast. That means I can type the same error 3 times and retype it. Whereas like maybe somebody might like be just but it still beats me because, you know, I'm going no, yeah, I need to work on my accuracy. That's the thing I need to work on for sure. I need to work on that accuracy. Because there's no point in having a great fast car if you can't turn it worth a ding. But yeah, either way, like speed is I want to be able to do things. The time between my brain and my fingers, or what my brain and what happens on screen, I want it to be as small as possible. It's very economics oriented, honestly. But at some point, I want to play around with, like, there's a bunch of things I want to play around with. Like, I want to play around with, project is meant to be super bare bones and small, so there's intentionally some limitations in there, but, like, there's things I want to play around with. I want to mess with Raylive at some point, because I know it's actually very robust, and it's cool that it's very modular, too. Which is pretty sick. Come on, don't mess with me. There we go. Yeah, that's like super cool. The wire adaptation is nice. I know for like the rendering, I don't like the way they designed it, which is why we're just doing a weird thing. But aside from that though, like the fact you can choose whatever you want. I might even try using it for audio, but I'm gonna play around with something called M Audio or Mini Audio before we go that route. I'm also learning C++ right now, so like there's also a lot of weird jank I'm doing probably. But hey, if you don't do jank, then like how are you gonna learn, right? Like you gotta have some jank, man. That's how you get good. Oh, Also, I realized I've been having my earphones in this entire time, and like my ears feel like I've lost some hearing. Like things physically feel like they're not as loud as they're supposed to be. Should I be scared, guys? Should I be concerned about that? Should I keep that a secret from my doctor next time I go visit? Because that's what you do, right? With your doctors, you're meant to keep secrets. You know, you pay this guy to just so you can tell him lies. What are we doing? What are we doing? No, this actually seems fine, I think. Yeah, we do that, do that. You could treat it like a junction box or something. But yeah. Pretty fun stuff. Yeah, I'm curious about your experience with Raylib. If you're enjoying it. Also, what you don't enjoy. I think it's a fun thing. Like when people who love stuff, like they can love it, but they still have things they hate about it. Like sometimes the people, like for me, right? Like I did Rust for like 3 years. And that was like my only real exposure to like low level stuff for something that's like non-trivial. And only through doing that I learned advanced techniques of hating Rust. Like I'm an informed hater now. I started with SDL2 and OpenGL. Okay, sick. Okay, and then midway I felt I am not concentrating on game a lot, but really help a lot fast for prototype. And I know that, but hey, that makes perfect sense. Though that decision makes sense. If you're focused on trying to make the game, it makes sense to just use the things that work. Like I know a bunch of people who use Open like SDL2, and it's like fantastic. It's a great experience for them. You know, like that's like part of like whatchamacallit, like whatchamacallit. Yeah, like that makes perfect sense. Like if you're honestly going based off of like that calculus of cost benefit, it makes more sense to go down that route. Like there's not many justifications for rewriting like an input system, right? The only reason I'm doing it for this is because, you know, taking a break from my actual game I was supposed to be working on. And then I do want this to be like used for a real game, and I do intend to publish something with it, but I'm totally fine with taking a bunch of time to worry about nuts and bolts stuff. Cause like I have no rush for it. Oh, there's like not much pressing like factors for it. It's my escape from that other game, which I'm gonna have to go to at some point. I don't want to think about it, but we're gonna have to do that at some point. But yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, I wouldn't call yourself a noob though. I mean, I don't know how long you've been doing this for, but dude, I haven't barely been doing C++, dude. And I already had like some crazy pointer issues. Crazy pointer issues, but we're doing weird stuff, so it's expected. That's a contract. It's like you're gonna do weird stuff, so weird stuff is gonna happen to you, and you're just gonna have to deal with it when it does, and you just go, okay. Yes, dear. Yes, honey. It's time for my weekly seg fault that I don't know how to resolve, or worse yet, weird behavior that doesn't seg fault. That's my favorite. At least with the seg fault, it's like, all right, I know something's went wrong. We're gonna go in debug mode. We're gonna go in CLion and go to CLion, put a breakpoint, and then let that bad boy run, or not even use a breakpoint. Just let it run until it breaks, and then whatever. Yeah, here we go. But yeah, undefined behavior. Not undefined. I guess undefined behavior. This is always goofy. But yeah, it'll be cool to see stuff that, because I think like what you're doing is already a rarity. It's very rare to see. Like I don't think there's that many people making game engines. It feels like I feel most people have gotten boxed into working with off-the-shelf engines out of convenience, or like we talked about last time, or I talked about last stream, like learned helplessness. But yeah, so it's a sick endeavor. I hated Rust too at a point, but then I started unsafe Rust, like doing C but with more boilerplate. Yeah, that's exactly what happened with me. That's exactly what happened with me. I started doing Rust, and I had this other engine I worked on. Let me see if I can find my GitHub. Let's go to my GitHub real quick. Maybe I should post it in the Discord server at some point. But yeah, I had this mini quest engine written in Rust, and then I want it to be more optimal. I want it to be more optimized. I want it to be like more cache coherent. So using like reference counting and all that stuff to manage references and everything, I was like, nah, we're just gonna start using arrays and manually poking in there and doing stuff. And then at some point, most of the code base started being unsafe. It mostly started being unsafe. And I was like, okay, what's the point of like having using this safe language if everything I'm writing is unsafe? Like it was in this branch. I think it was in a different branch. Yeah, like unsafe block, or like unsafe, like it's everything started becoming unsafe to do like the most basic of things. It was crazy. It was crazy. How Unity and Unreal are killing the game industry. Yeah, that's a whole separate thing. That's like a whole topic of like, that's tied to that concept of like enshittification. That's a different angle. But yeah, that's funny, Kieran. I'm so, that makes me happy that you also went through that same thing that I did. That I'm not the only one who went through that Rust journey of like Rust, safe Rust, eventually a little bit of unsafe Rust, and then finally mostly unsafe Rust. And then going, why are we using Rust? Why are we using Rust at this point? It's just C with more steps. It's C with more steps, and it's not even easy to understand. Like half the time, it's crazy. It's crazy. Okay. I feel like I've been seen. I feel like someone else understands. Safari, you're lucky. You got out at the right time. Safari tried Rust, wrote a server, and then dipped. That's it. That's all I'm gonna do. That's great. Kieran, in 3 weeks, I did far more progress than that game engine in Rust in like 3 years. Like, it's insane how slow Rust was for nothing. For nothing. It's insane. It's insane. I'm getting angry again. I'm getting mad. Like it's like the only real takeaway I got from Rust was that I was able to say, hey, I know Rust, by the way. Hey guys, I know Rust, by the way. By the way, I use Rust. I'd go to work. Hey guys, by the way, have you heard of my Rust project I'm working on? I'm using Rust not because I'm better than you. Like it's the same thing with Vim. But at least Vim is useful. At least Vim makes your life better, right? This doesn't. I don't want to say it's like bragging about using cocaine, but at least with cocaine, there's a high. At least there's something that like makes you feel elevated, and all of a sudden you feel more productive. Rust isn't that. Rust is like a drug that like makes you lose IQ points. I've never. It's like the wildest psyop I've ever heard of. I felt like I just came out of a cult. The more I talk about my experience in it, the more it's like, yeah, that was a cult, wasn't it? And now they want to rewrite Linux and core utils to using Rust. Like, Oh my good. Oh my god. Okay, you're a fellow survivor. Heck yeah. Stockholm syndrome. Honestly. Hey, you're gonna program 52 times slower, and you're gonna love it. You're gonna learn to love it, because you have to justify it to yourself. Have fun, by the way. Have fun with that. Have fun being way less as productive for no gain. Enjoy that. I'm so mad. I'm like getting so angry about like this. It makes me so mad. And then like, yeah. The Linux core utils thing is so wild to me too, because it's like, hey, we have this thing that's been battle tested for like 20 plus years. Yeah, but it's written in C++, so obviously it's insecure. So we're gonna throw it out and use this new untested Rust rewrite of this core utilities. Because it's written in Rust, so of course it's got to be safe. It's written in Rust, so of course it's safe. There's no way it can go wrong. I'm a certified Rust hater, man. I gotta say it. I'm a certified. You know what? Honestly, where's Discord? Where's Discord? Where's edit profile? No, not edit profile. Where's the tag? Where's the thing in Discord where you can add a custom status? Where's this custom status thing? Copy username. No, that's not what I want. I just want to make myself a certified Rust hater. That's all I want to do. That's all a guy wants to do, is be a certified Rust hater. Okay, you know what? Can I do it in the Discord at least? By the way, we have a public Discord, so if you want to show off like game dev stuff, by all means. I love seeing that stuff. I'm starting to come back out of hibernation. Those 3 weeks I worked on this engine, I also was completely offline and did not interact with anything. Like digital mostly, or no, I didn't interact with social media. I very much limited my social media consumption. And then, no, not that. Oh, here we go. Certified Rust hater. Certified Rust hater. There we go. It's official, guys. I officially hate Rust. If that wasn't obvious before, now it's obvious. I hate it. Yeah. Absolutely hate Rust. Alright. Enough of that. You guys acted that trap card. I'm just happy that somebody else experienced what I experienced, so I don't feel alone. I think that's just the main thing. Like, it's like called shared... It's like trauma bonding. We shared in trauma, and we have that. But yeah, we're not gonna. So yeah, we're writing it. We're in C++ land. Life is good. Yeah, I had some weird pointer stuff, issues. It's okay. You know what we do when we have pointer issues? You get good. You learn how they work. You learn what's going on, and then you just do better. It's simple. It's so simple, so easy. You just go, hey, you know what? We're just gonna learn how computers work. That's a crazy idea, right, guys? Like, learning how your computer works, learning about address and stuff like that. It's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie, man. But I don't know. I feel like I need to. Weirdly enough, though, like there's still impressive things people do in Rust. I'm just curious, like how it is for them. Because I know there's a guy who did they ported Mario 64 to the Game Boy Advance. That's crazy. Like, having the Game Boy Advance, Mario 64 on Game Boy Advance.
Can the Game Boy Advance run?
This John right here. Okay, this is an earlier video. I think he has more. He has better progress on his actual channel. 1 second. Let's go to his channel. But yeah, they did this in Rust. So I'm like, okay, clearly people can still do productive stuff in Rust. Maybe this rewrite of my engine I did in 3 weeks is actually faster because I've already been exposed to things like shaders and OpenGL and all this stuff. So maybe I just, I'm just taking progress, architectural understanding, and apply it to C++, and it's just faster that way. But now it's 1 month ago. Shaders, no, where's the video? Where's the Mario 64 Game Boy? So yeah, I'm a certified hater, but like, I feel like I can be more informed so I can hate more accurately. I think that's what I want to say. I want to learn more about how actually productive people use Rust. Yeah, look at that. That's crazy. That's insane. Like, no matter how you slice it, that's impressive. That is impressive. And the thing that's interesting to me about this is that it's not like any irregular, like Rust, you can just do cargo build whatever, right? And you're building for whatever platform you're doing. But this is like hardware specific stuff. Like, they're writing to registers and whatnot. So I'm kind of curious, like, maybe Rust is better, it shoots you better when you're doing low level stuff directly to hardware. I don't know. Yeah, no, that is the one thing I will say. The build system is so nice. It's so nice. You can just do cargo add input, cargo add infinite power source, like whatever you want, just cargo.add. You have a nice formatted TOML. It's great. You make a new Rust project at Cargo and it's a repo for you. It's fantastic. You know what's not fantastic? Trying to get C++, like configuring your C++. Oh, where's C-Line? Like, yeah, look at this, CMake list. This is all just handle dependencies. Like, look at all the code that's required just to add a single dependency, man. Like, adding just GLFW. This, just for that. Adding math-foo, all this. Whereas Rust is like, cargo, just add whatever, dude. Vector something. Adding glad. Like, what are these magic words? I'm not going to remember it. I just have to remember, if I make a new project, to make sure I remember these magic words and put them in there. And this is not... And by the way, guys. This is before I start building to WebGL. Because there's this magic thing called Emscripten, which has its own magical version of a build toolchain that's like CMake. And I have to use that. That's going to be a whole other thing, dude. This is targeting one platform, like Linux or PC, and it works fine there. I haven't started adding the steps to deal with like Android and all that stuff. Cargo add, here's your, Cargo is beautiful, all right? If we can have like a cargo thing for C, that would be great. And there's probably is. I know there is. I just haven't investigated it. But that's the one thing I do miss about Rust. I will say that. Their build system is fantastic. Or their build system, their dependency management. What can I say, man? I can't lie. Like, I don't want to be a liar. I don't want to have my pants on fire. The build was nice. Cargo add was nice. Having a TOML was nice. What can I say? I like me some good build systems. I don't like dealing with this. And this is before, and then I'm not using header files, so this would be even more substantially complex with me including that to my understanding. Right now I'm just doing a Unity glob build, or we don't use any header files. Everything is just including the raw CPP file. We don't care about dependency management. We just make sure there's no circular dependencies. If there is, we break it up with a circular dependency injection. Yeah, it's not the most robust thing, but I know what I'm making. I don't need all that stuff. Just give me one humongous compilation unit, dog. This is peak performance, one humongous compilation unit. Compile the entire thing every single time. Incremental builds? I never heard of that. What is that? Never heard of that. I will say though, this is not, I understand this is probably not what peak performance looks like to other people. It's peak performance to me, maybe not other people. I don't know what to say, man. I don't like repeating myself. I don't like having to basically write the same stuff over and over again. So I'd rather bend over backwards to avoid that. But hey, people have different breaking points. That's just mine. I'm a weird kind of dude. I have particular wants, needs, desires when it comes to coding. So sue me, dude. I have my methodology. Speaking of boilerplates, look at this boilerplate coming about. Do I like the square, this or that? For the nipples of the of this boilerplate. I don't know. I'm kind of partial to the squares. I'm kind of liking the squares a bit more. And maybe we can add some seams here. I never would have thought, like, dude, I never saw myself being a programmer. It's still kind of crazy to me that I do this professionally. It's weird. It doesn't feel right. I mean, I guess it kind of feels right now, but I was like, I'm gonna be an artist. I'm gonna be a music producer. That's what I do. I'm not smart enough for programming. Ew, why would I want to spend all day in front of a computer screen looking at text? That could never be me. And then lo and behold, look at us. 15 years later, and I'm getting triggered over programming stuff and having very, very strong opinions about things. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought we'd get here? How did I start programming? I started programming technically in middle school. I wanted to make a game, and they say you have to make a game engine, and I picked up C++, and I immediately was like, nah, I'm printing stuff to the screen that looks lame. And I promptly switched over to using GameMaker, and that was like, all right, this is cool. I have a thing on a screen, it's moving, that's pretty rad. And then I learned how to program in GameMaker using GML. And I did some stuff with it. Published some stuff here and there online. And then maybe further on with a few other things like Construct 2 and maybe a little bit of Unity. But nothing really serious. And this is part of this designed helplessness, right? That GameMaker gets you into. I felt like I was just too inadequate, right? Because nothing else was like GameMaker. GameMaker has everything into it. It's another kind of cult. Like, okay, we're gonna take a detour for a second. You know how like you can start spotting signs of someone being indoctrinated to a cult, where they stop reaching out to their friends and family, and they start going out to places, and they start only going to one place, and they stop going to all these other places, like sourcing their own food and whatnot. They start isolating themselves more. That's kind of what GameMaker did to me. Where GameMaker is this nice little IDE that has its own image editor, and it has its own IDE built into it, and GameMaker has its own level editor and all this stuff. Like, it has this whole ecosystem. Why would you ever want to go out of there? And I see all these other engines, you have to use all these tools and things that scared me. So I was like, nah, I'm good with my GameMaker language. I'm fine with my dynamically typed language. So started using GameMaker in middle school, kept using it through high school and into college. And then eventually, during my sophomore year, I got offered a job to do back-end software development for this little company. It was honestly, my boy hooked me up. He was a professor I met at a game jam when I was like in high school, who also he was a professor, but he was part of these game jams and events, and I got to meet him then. So he offered me this back-end software development job, and I was like, nice, I get paid, but also I'm not qualified. What is back-end? I had to do server stuff and make a network solution, and oh my goodness, I've only been using this dynamically typed language, so I don't know nothing about nothing. So, you know, as like they say in dodgeball, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. So I figured out, I learned how to do all that stuff, how to make a PHP server, not PHP, I learned PHP and for back-end stuff and network querying, and did Postgres, and actually I had to start learning how to do stuff in Unity. That's crazy, using Unity. And then, so I did that, started programming. After that, graduated, left a job, not in a great state. I didn't know about Git, so they're like, all right, it's time to take over what Marco did, and they just had a bunch of zip files of like the versions of the REST API I wrote for them. So but that's not my problem anymore. That's theirs. And then I got offered a job to do VR software development for a company, and surprisingly got the job. I don't know how. Again, first job I felt very unqualified for, and this one I totally felt unqualified for, but somehow I yapped my way through the interview and managed to get it. And then I started doing C# Unity, like intense C# Unity stuff and shader stuff, intense shader stuff. And that was great and educational, and that's what I've been doing up till now. That's my professional job. C# Unity, doing VR stuff. I love this. This job is fantastic. I learned so much about it. And honestly, most of my knowledge for game engine stuff kind of stems from implementing stuff there. And then on my spare time, Cozy Cabin Games, this game studio. And, working on projects. I had Stain World Prototype, which is a game prototype I published like a month ago, I think, at this point. And that was with Unity, and got to do a bunch of cool stuff. Oh my goodness, why is the performance bad right now? Oh, that's terrible. Whatever. But it was cool because I'm not using I'm not using Unity's rendering pipeline. I wrote my own rendering pipeline from scratch. So all the lighting, all the effects are very. Oh, I need to turn on hardware acceleration, don't I? That's what I need to do, don't I? Yeah. One second. But yeah. And that leads us to now, where I've gained a lot of knowledge about graphics programming and a lot of knowledge about just software architecture and all this stuff. And now we're just making our own tools, and that's how I learned programming. Honestly, this job is what made me. Because before this job, when I got hired, I'm gonna be honest with you, I wasn't qualified. I really didn't have that knowledge. I didn't know much about statically typed languages. I don't know anything. Yeah, basically he wrote 90% of Unity within Unity. Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, I wrote my own custom terrain editor. This terrain editor here is I don't like it. So because the Unity terrain editor is really limited in what it can do, I wanted one that can have sprites and stuff, and you can swap out the tiles and paint on it. And Unity doesn't support that, so wrote that. I wrote my own custom audio. So I basically wrote an engine in Unity. And that's what brings us to now, where I'm actually deciding, let's just write an engine so we don't have all this extra fat. Because, even for a lean game, Unity has overhead. So let's put this in perspective. So I did what you saw here in the current engine I'm writing. You see how this is an editor, right? Where we have an editor, we can modify a level, and then we can go play and actually run there and do stuff. I rewrote this an equivalent in Unity. Doesn't have an editor. It's just a guy and 3 platforms. That's it, right? And then I measured the memory and the performance of those 2 things, right? So keep in mind, we're comparing this, which is a full thing that has an editor built into it and everything, and has way more functionality and has a bigger level. And we're going to compare this to Unity, which is this guy. In fact, I'll show you the Unity version. Well, I'll show you the Unity version right now. And I'm going to show you the numbers I got from that. And it's not that crazy. It's not world-shattering. But if you care about being super lean and mean, it bothers you. And especially it starts getting worse the more complex and more things that are going on. It actually seems better now because there's not many elements there. But as soon as you have more elements, ooh, buddy, the the more you start having things like cache misses and whatnot. And, all right, here we go. Unity comparison. So we have this guy here. Made with Unity. And this is it. This is it. This is the whole thing. This is the whole thing. This is the whole thing. So to get this, to just show you the performance difference between these two applications, let me go to pictures. Let me go to pictures, screenshots. Here we go. So over here, we have Unity. That little thing I showed you takes up 77 megabytes of memory and 44% CPU utilization, right? So look at that, and now compare that with the engine that, mind you, has way more features built into it. Only takes 16.9 megabytes of memory and 0.12 CPU utilization. Only does like 4.1 kilobytes of disk write total compared to 24.6 kilobytes. It's kind of crazy, like the overhead you have from this. And then forget if I did that rewrite in Unreal. Forget if I did Unreal, dude. Like, that'd be game over, dude. That'd be game over. There'd be way more going on there, man. But yeah, it's like, all right, if we're already doing the work to kind of write an engine in Unity, why not just do it? But yeah, so that's my whole journey of programming. And then I had a really good mentor at my current job who taught me like so much. Like I learned so much from him. Like I went from being this underqualified jabroni to being like someone who, I'm not gonna say is like really good, but at least is somewhat knowledgeable. Like I can, at least I'm kind of aware of some fundamental things, and you know, I'm aware enough to have an opinion and start implementing that opinion. Now, whether or not that opinion is right or wrong, that's a whole different thing, and maybe my value judgment for what's worth doing, what's not worth doing, maybe skewed, or incorrect. But at least I'm at the table. What can I say? Yeah. And look at the cache misses too. I mean, it's not that crazy, but it's just kind of goofy that even with this thing that has way more functionality, has like what? Where are we at? Branch misses 5.3. Yeah, like where is it? This disk I'm looking for. Yeah, like eCache load misses like 4.3%. Over here is like 5% cache misses. 5% cache misses for like 3 objects in the scene. Like, it's not that much, but imagine as it scales with the complexity, the more things and more entities in the scene, the more logic and scripts doing random stuff. Honestly, I want to take this game and compile it and then do some perf analysis on it, because I'm seriously curious about how that works. Hardware. I am using hardware acceleration. Okay, so maybe my game just sucks, dude. Maybe this just sucks on Linux. I only tested on Windows. I didn't test on Linux. I guess Linux just sucks, dude. For WASM, for WebGL code. Gosh, it's so sensitive, the mouse. That's crazy. That's insane. That's gnarly. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. That's actually something I should look into. Man, it's a real skill issue thing. I should probably add the Discord stuff to the... I don't have that anywhere on YouTube or on my stuff. Yeah, whatever. It's somewhere. It's at the Cozy Cabin website. The fun thing I want to do eventually is rewrite the website, because I wrote like a TypeScript framework for the website, and it's fine. But what if we made it in our engine and then compile it? That's gonna be so cool. Well, the vision here. Let's talk about the vision. Is that I want to create like this fictional game console that all the games that we make, you're theoretically playing on that console, and there's like a memory card system too. I'm gonna get into it. I'm gonna make a video about the vision for Cozy Cabin Games. We'll get into it later. But yeah, sorry for the tangent. I kind of feel like I've gone everywhere with this in answering your question. But yeah, that's kind of the journey, man. That's always interesting because like people have very different origin stories for what got them into programming, and even drastically different ages. Like, out of curiosity, like, how did you start programming, or when did you start programming? That's a good cracker. That's not a cracker. That's like a stick. Something. Okay. Because I always thought, oh, it's just people just want to make games, and that's how you learn programming. And then maybe that's the impetus, like the inciting incident, but it's oftentimes kind of different. Oh, it's fun knowing your okay, I'm glad that was at least somewhat entertaining. That's all I can hope for. I like yapping and talking. So, as long as that didn't bore you to death, I'll consider that a win. We're gonna make this bigger here. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. But yeah, that's the scoop, the journey. All these different tile variants. But it's kind of interesting because like the first language you learn, I feel sets or makes or breaks you in some ways. Because like when I was talking about the GameMaker stuff, I was talking about how it's a dynamically typed language, and you know, I imagine most of you guys are familiar with that. But if not, we can talk about the difference between statically typed and dynamically typed languages. But yeah, I feel like that's had a significant impact, like on my like I was suffering in GameMaker and I didn't realize I was suffering because I just thought that's how you do things. Like I just thought, oh, that's just how it is. That you just can't get rid of that. It's just how life is, you know. I didn't question it. It's like every time someone walks through a door, you see them hit their face against the edge of the corner of the door. Or every time someone puts a pizza in the oven, they use their bare hands to pull it out, and they're always screaming in pain while they do it. But you always see everyone always doing that, so you assume, oh, I guess if I want pizza, I gotta have some burned hands, and we just do that, and that's how we do things. And then only until you learn about the existence of mittens and you see someone use them and not burn their hands, you go, wait a second, you can make a pizza and not burn your hands? I don't have to go to the ER just to get some nice pepperoni in me? What? That's crazy. And that's what happened with me with GameMaker and typing, the static typing. Like I remember I told my mom, I was like in high school, and there was a bug I couldn't fix or track in GameMaker. And I was like, Mom, I'm quitting. This is stupid. And she was like, bless my mom. She's the best mom in the world. She's like, do you need to buy something? Like, do you need a tool or something? And I was like, no, this is the tool. And I was crying. And I legitimately said, I'm going to quit game deving. I'm just going to, if I do programming, it's going to be for money. And it turns out, I wouldn't have that problem if I was using a statically typed language. It's crazy. Hey, want to laugh? I'm writing an ACS runtime library right now. Reading through the docs, some event types are undefined. You know which one? You know which ones? 9 to 11. Oh, wow. Why? That's really specific. Why do they... I mean... I guess I shouldn't be surprised that Scratch people are a little bit goofy, but I wouldn't expect that. I wouldn't have expected that, if I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know why they have that be that way. We're having a lovely little background here. Oh, you want to throw this into the... Oh, guys, I got a great idea. I have a great idea. That may or may not be a pain in the butt to implement, but I can implement it. I have the power. That's the whole point here, right? So right now, when you load the engine, I have all these textures in a single file over here. Okay, we're just gonna do this. We're gonna go to Cozy. We're gonna CD. We're gonna go to Cozy. We're gonna go to LS. We're gonna go to Data. No, we're gonna CD. That's what we're gonna do. And then we're gonna go to Data. And there's a folder called Textures. We're gonna go there. And we're gonna list it. So I have this folder with all these textures, and they're like individual textures like this. Like the one over here. It's individual things. And we just say, okay, we're gonna chuck this into the engine, you're gonna load it, and they're all gonna be accessible to you and whatever, and that's fine. What if we instead make a texture atlas? So I can just give the engine just one sprite with all these textures packed into it, and then you could just give it an offset, and that's how you select the texture. That sounds kind of cool to me. That sounds kind of nice. Sounds very nice. I kind of want to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, why have like all these small individual textures? We could just have one big texture. Oh no, that's Doom. Saw how Scratch was doing their file formats and gave up because we do. Why do they have to do it like that? You dare me to do it? I probably should do it. Like, in all honesty, that would be the way to do it. Like, because for this type of game, you're going to have a bunch of tiles. That's just what's going to happen. You're going to end up having a bunch of tiles. And it's not very cache coherent to have multiple sprites you're swapping out. It's better if you just have one general texture. I could even simplify the shader program. Like, this can just be like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Guys, we have some dangerous ideas today. But this is cool. I like that. And you know what's the biggest feature about this design decision? The biggest feature about this design decision is that I get to say, hey guys, I'm smart. I just thought about this idea. What can I say? 500 IQs. And then I'm going to go implement it and I'm going to cry. And I'm not going to feel very high IQ. But that's okay, okay? We hide that from people. We hide that. It's all about flexing, man. Gotta go. I'll tune in time to time. Hey, I'm glad. I appreciate your company. I hope you enjoyed. I'm glad you enjoyed your time here. And if you want to stay updated, I mean, I guess you're on YouTube, right? So there's the subscription stuff. But there's also the Discord server in case you want to get updates there too. I need to be more vocal on there. Yeah, and if not, cozycabingames.com. You can cyberstalk me there. You can look at my window at night. Yep, you will find the live stream to my bedroom where you can watch me sleep. Not really, but maybe one day. One day we'll get that. Maybe one day we'll have that. Just so everyone can go on there and be like, what a lazy developer. How dare he sleep? How dare this man sleep? I paid him $0 to be making my game. And this man is sleeping. How dare he? I can't believe it. I cannot believe this man. But yeah, hope you enjoyed, and I'll be watching your career with great interest. Great interest, I must say. It's not every day you see another man make an engine. Okay, we got this going on here. I want to add a little elements of cyber futurism to this. Do you think we'll break suspension of disbelief or suspension of belief? No, is this a suspension of disbelief? Whatever. Do you think we'll break that suspension if a spaceship has a fireplace on it with open flames? Like, would that be immersion breaking? That's normal, right? Spaceships had open flames to heat the hull. That's right, correct? Like, oxygen isn't finite. Oxygen grows on trees. It actually does. That's actually a real thing. I just, wow, who'd have thought? Oxygen grows on trees. We can't have that happen. We got to monetize that. Let's add some monetization to that sucker. Add some microtransactions onto that. I'm not gonna be having no people breathing for free on my land. No sir, you're gonna have to pay 25 cents for every 5 minutes of air you get. Or you can get the Air Breathing Plus subscription, and then we'll let you get at least 30 hours of breathing per week. You still have to pay for the remainder. But hey, it's at least 30 hours of breathing. Oh man, I'd be such a great businessman. I'd be ruthless, callous, oppressing single mothers. Just for fun. Like, I'd know there's higher tax brackets I could be tackling to squeeze money out of. But really, I'm not here to maximize profits. I'm here to maximize suffering. So, you know, we gotta give single mothers the business end. The business. That's what I'm saying. What time is it? It's almost 12. I've been streaming. How long have I been streaming for? 4 hours? Sheesh. That's crazy work. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to be streaming this long later. Or maybe I will, who knows. Do something even more immersion breaking. Having the entire game be this 2D pixel art style, then have a 3D rotating hot dog with Dwayne The Rock Johnson's face on the end, rotating endlessly in the middle of space. I think that would be a little immersion breaking. Just a little bit. I'll think about it. We'll ask the shareholders. How they feel about their immersion. How Dwayne The Rock Johnson on a hot dog makes them feel. And we're going to ask the most important question. Do they smell what The Rock is cooking? I think that's going to be the most important thing we got to ask ourselves here. Can you smell what The Rock is cooking? Concept. Hey, can I have your opinion on a game idea? Sure. Shoot. Go for it. But if it's not on the same level as genius as Dwayne The Rock Johnson, I don't want to hear it. Dude, I was hearing the birds chirping. I was like, are there birds outside right now? I was like, is there birds up at this time of night? Like, what's going on? Why am I hearing birds chirping? I thought I was going crazy. Honestly, I thought I was going crazy, man. Not gonna lie, I was getting a little concerned for a second. Aurora Borealis at this time of night, localized entirely within your kitchen. Can I see it? No. Oh yeah, I'm liking this. Save. Oh, I'm taking these variants. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. I'm kind of mute. Like, why is this not using hardware acceleration? Browser layout, applications, Firefox updates, browsing, smoothing. Yes, that's what I want. Hardware acceleration when available. I'm kind of mad about this, man. I'm kind of mad about this. That this performs so bad on Linux. And the sensitivity is crazy high too. Like, I don't know why Linux is so poorly performant on this. That's crazy. I don't know why. Unity Web GL builds broken on Linux, on Ubuntu specifically. Like, it doesn't fail, it just doesn't work properly. This is compilation errors. It compiles fine. It's just, oh yeah, whatever, man. Whatever. I'm gonna keep Messy Mansion out of sight and out of mind. We're not worrying about Unity. We have our own engine we're working on. Dobby is free until he has to return to work on that. But we're gonna pretend like that's not real. That engine and project is not real. It can't hurt me. I won't have to go back there. Hopefully. I like this motif here. Like this triangle looking thing. I like this. It appeals to me. My sensibilities. So what do we do? It starts there. You're gonna start right here. I'm gonna put that right there. Man, I want to implement that whole idea. Okay, let's see your game idea. Psychological horror game. It's this girl who one day goes to school and ends up being late to her class. But that's actually fine because the school is being held hostage by bad guys who replaced the water supply of the school's safety sprinklers with acid and start a fire to kill everybody inside the building. So the girl decides to investigate and finds out that there's an evil corporation that can do reality bending stuff, which she steals the patents of to build weapons against the I don't feel like that's psychological horror. That feels too empowering. That feels too like the starting premise, like, that's cool. Add some elements of mystery, like, why is this happening at the school? But the fact that she's able to get that, I guess, there's horror game. I guess there's horror stuff that ends triumphantly. So maybe I'm being too harsh. I think you can go more Alex Jones with the water supply thing. That's my take. I think not enough Alex Jones conspiracy level stuff on the water stuff. Either way, I can't wait to see the PSX, the PlayStation remake, or demake of this come out. Excited for that. Can't wait for the PlayStation horror demake to come out. Like, how did she get back? Like, I guess you're positing it as like curiosity, and that makes sense. Like, she's supposed to be at school. She missed school. She's going there anyways, right? In fact, that's kind of a crazy angle to go with. Like, she goes to school thinking it's business as usual, and then she shows up and whoa, what's going on, Miss Jeweliger? Why are you looking like that? Why are you looking at me like that? I think your idea has some bite. I think your idea has some bite. I think you should just implement it. Make the game ready. Invest the time and resources. That's simple. It's that easy. Just do the thing. Don't do cost benefit. But cost benefit analysis for wieners. We're not wieners here. Had enough characters for the message. Hadn't enough characters for the message. But the little water supply prank of the corporation is something they plan to do to other schools to scare people from education since they have more workers with less. Some more. Okay, so okay, interesting thing. So the goal is to have less education by turning like these people into freaks or killing them. I'm assuming that's what you're doing, or that's what they're doing. Okay, I'm down with that. What kind of tone are you trying to go for? Like the scenario, like if I'm an evil corporation, that's probably not where I would go to. But I don't know. I feel like there's a way you can play it where you can still play it seriously, play it straight, and you know, extremely dark. Okay. Then you just gotta establish that this is a world with absurd evil, or corporations are absurdly evil. I can see it though. I can see the game taking shape. Or at least the narrative provides you the justifications you need to do some cool stuff. And just take it from there. Yeah, you have some options if you want to go maybe biological horror, or you can go for more like paranormal, spiritual weird normal, like Death Stranding type of not normal. Or it's like this metaphysical horror element. You got options. You got options at your disposal. How does this character contrast with these backgrounds? That's an important consideration that I haven't thought about too much. Like, are these backgrounds too busy? Like, let's look at this here. This mini viewer. I mean, the player has strong enough colors, thankfully, to help make this feel distinct, but I don't know. I want people to go, this game is dark, and then open the game's box, and the game's box absorbs the light around it so that the room becomes dark. Okay. Black hole, understandable. So you're looking for like the puzzle box where like anyone who uses it like just gets absorbed into this world. Honestly, here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna make a game that is basically like malware, but it's a little bit malware. It's enough. It's gonna be malware that alerts you of the address and time and location that this person opens up your application, your game. And what you're gonna do is get a van and show up to wherever they are, and you're gonna kidnap them. And you're gonna do that for like the first like 10 or 15 people. So just so like it's enough of occurrence where these disappearances are all linked to this game, and it starts getting into national headlines. And then like, because like you can't do that for every person who buys the game, but if you do it for like 10 or 15 people, like that's feasible. That's feasible if you develop a methodology for kidnapping people. And you want to travel a little bit. Maybe you want to get some helpers with this. You want to have a couple people. One person in Canada, another person in the Midwest of the U.S. and you gotta have someone in Florida. You can't not have Florida. And then let the game have its ethos, and boom, marketing. Like, look how people freaked out over the Polybius game. People were obsessed with a game that didn't even exist. According to the CIA. Who you can trust. You can totally trust the CIA, everything they say. But anyways, people freak out over that game that doesn't exist. Why not a game that actually makes people disappear? I think that's how you get Game of the Year. I'm just saying. I'll tell you what, man. People are gonna be getting their money's worth. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Yeah. I guess it depends what you do with them after you kidnap them. You can. There's this horror place where like you have to sign all these legal documents. This horror house, not whorehouse, horror house, where you have to sign all these waivers and documents giving away your rights, because like it's really intense and it has a very real possibility of killing people, and they do crazy stuff to people, like basically torture. What if you do that with your game? Like you have this huge EULA that's really just waivers signing away their rights, and that way you get rid of all liability for you breaking into their house at like 2 a.m. in the morning when they play the game and kidnapping them. I'm just saying. There's levels to this. There's levels to this. Bio horror, body horror, some good old Doctor Who toy maker shenanigans. Maybe not paranormal, but definitely stuff with teleportation and stuff. Okay, well, I mean, that's still kind of... Well, I guess teleportation is going to be like your justification. Teleportation can be really horrifying. Like, we don't think about it. Like look at Half-Life. Like, these creatures are teleporting and whatever, right? But do you ever imagine, like, what would happen if a head crab teleported into your torso? Or, like, your side or something? Or, like, imagine how gruesome and crazy that would be of, like, having this foreign being just teleported into you because they didn't know how to configure the teleportation device. And now, congratulations, you're probably dying, but in an excruciatingly slow pace. And you have this creature inside of you that wants to kill everything that's in sight. Isn't that just telefagging? Basically. I have this whole scenario in mind of like if I was given the power of teleporting objects, like I had this whole game plan and probably a manifest still written in my brain somewhere of exact, and I've described the game plan I was gonna do to people. Like it's gonna be theatrical, okay? Me with teleportation powers, where I can just teleport a pool ball into someone's brain. You can do so much with that. Would I do that? No. A telefagging, that'd be crazy. A telefagging boss. But I'm just saying, like, there's so many possibilities. I'm not an evil man. I just see very evil possibilities. Would I walk down that road? Probably not. Most definitely not. I think God is good and he's not going to give me that power because he knows how easily corrupted I'd be. So, you know, but if hit you with that O.J. Simpson, if I didn't kill her, but if I did it, totally not, you know, a psychopath in disguise. Totally not that. Totally not that. But if I had the power to do the things, you might see some big changes around the world. All right, I'm just saying, the world would probably be under new management. That's all I can say. That's all I can reveal. Should I start making these tiles and placing them in game and seeing how they look? I feel like a ship should have more just open space too. Like nothing wrong with just some basic tiles like this. We also want to have some splash of wood. Just to be like, hey, we also, you know, for the human element, we want to keep things a little bit human, a little bit nature. We're gonna include some nature elements in here so people can still feel kind of at home. See, I probably want to have like a wood pillar thing or something. Maybe like a little accent here. Like, yeah, that's good. But yeah. And of course, the game is going to have some mental health commentary and stuff around my concerns in society, but this is not because I want to be the main character. It's actually because the video essays make really good advertising. Wait, what? Oh, for YouTubers. It's not because you actually have this message you want to say. It's you want to bait the YouTubers who make video content. Yeah, that makes sense. It makes perfect sense. Of course. I can't wait to make a game with like communist propaganda, not because I believe it, but just so I can bait people into writing. Like there's gonna be some undergrad somewhere who is trying to make games an academic thing, and they're gonna write their paper, like dissertation or even a PhD on it, arguing, yeah, actually Messy Mansion is really this deep thing that commentates about this stuff. Here are a bunch of fancy words, little narrative dissonance. Narratology, yes. Actually, here's a book about this game and why it's actually deeper than you think, and it's not just like kitsch art. It's actually deep, guys. I'm actually kind of deep. You just don't understand, Mom. Mom, you just don't understand. I think deep thoughts, dude. I say we live in a society. I'm deep, Mom. You just don't understand the inner machinations of my mind. Alright guys, it's getting late, so I'm gonna probably call it here. But yeah, I'm gonna be starting to stream more often, guys, so yeah. I enjoyed the time, the yapping, the talking. Hope you enjoyed the I'm not sure what there is to enjoy. I feel like I'm just here, I'm just a guy yapping nonsense, and I occasionally rubber duck coding with you, but yeah, I hope you enjoyed something, and have a good one, man. The reason I want to die, oh my goodness. GG's. Well, that's a great note to end off on. Your WAD, your WAD getting corrupted. Always fun. Alright guys, you have a good one. Catch you later.